5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. That's impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you...
Payne. I'm Kat Timpf.
I'm Stuart Varney, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Friday, March 14th, 2025. And Lisa Brady. President Trump and Elon Musk are not backing down from pushback on their government shakeup.
These are very big personalities that are pushing and shoving here, and they're trying to do big things.
We speak with Fox's Martha McCallum.
I'm Chris Foster. There's another warning about kids and screen time.
We have emerging data that shows that being on screens is not healthy for children. It causes delays. It causes hyperactivity, inattention, irritability. And with adults, they may actually become more anxious and depressed.
And I'm Kennedy. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
These are testy times in Washington and on Wall Street as President Trump continues a rapid rollout of his agenda, overhauling the federal government and trade policy.
The world is watching right now, and why attack your best neighbor, your treasured ally?
Ontario Premier Doug Ford telling Fox News Canada is America's #1 customer.
This does not make sense. I mark my words, it will hurt the American people.
Though Ford later had positive things to say after meeting with the U.S. Commerce Secretary, with discussions expected to continue. President Trump says his tariffs are important.
We've been ripped off as a country for many, many years. We've been subjected to costs that we shouldn't be subjected to.
During an Oval Office meeting with the NATO Secretary General, the president also saying his policies are helping to spur investment in the U.S. The House Democratic leader accuses the president of crashing the economy. His caucus holding an annual issues conference in Virginia, where California Congresswoman Maxine Waters told reporters,
I'm worried that Trump is on the edge of creating a civil war.
She's made similar allegations against Trump supporters in the past. Yesterday, protesters took their issues with the Trump administration to the president's New York home, occupying the lobby of Trump Tower until police cleared them out. calling for the release of a former Columbia University grad student detained in connection with campus protests, as that legal fight continues along with others over Trump policies. But the Trump administration seems to be leaning into the headwinds.
I think the interesting thing is just the amount of exposure and interviews that they are all out there giving.
Fox's Martha McCallum is anchor and executive editor of The Story with Martha McCallum, also co-anchor of the network's election coverage and host of the Untold Story with Martha McCallum podcast.
I think President Trump has said he's really proud of the team that he's put together. He also expects them to perform. And that means being out there and answering questions. It's like night and day from the Biden administration, really, just in terms of access, transparency, how much they're willing to actually get out there and talk. And we see that from the president himself because we get a press conference almost every day. I mean, by the end of the day, it's hard to think of questions that, you wish someone had asked or that he had responded to. So that's been pretty interesting. I think that they are trying to control the message as best they can. They've got a wild market that they're dealing with right now. Now that these policies are getting put out into the world, you see this really vociferous back and forth between Canada, and the spokesperson for that seems to be at the moment the Ontario Premier, and he was a big supporter of President Trump. So I guess the question is, there are day-to-day pushback issues, which I was just talking to Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, about in terms of how they're going to make this work, and is Canada going to pay more? Are they going to make up that? It's about a $37 billion trade deficit that we have with Canada. So I think there's daily pushback within, and then there's the big picture about if it works the way they say it's going to work, and eventually we have more manufacturing here at home, and we have a lot of incentive for companies, both through depreciation and other tax issues that would help them to expand their own manufacturing base here at home. So it's like the long-term goal and the short-term machinations and back and forth that are kind of two stories happening at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, the Trump administration, likes to say it launched a drug war, not a trade war. But the tit-for-tat tariffs have certainly rattled Wall Street and maybe making, American consumers nervous, too. How big a gamble is this policy for the president when the cost of living was such a dominant theme in the 2024 election?
So I think it's a big gamble, but I think it's exactly what he ran on. So he said he was going to right-size these trade arrangements, right-size the difference in we pay $370 billion in tariffs, and we take $50 billion in. So I think those are numbers that people can look at, and that that makes sense to them, that there's an imbalance there that needs to be corrected. I don't know that they're always articulating the message in terms of the short-term pain for long-term gain. I'm not sure that message is getting across, if indeed it works out the way that they hope it does. And so I think you will feel people feeling short-term pain. I know companies are feeling it, that they're looking at their supply chain, their prices are going up. They're trying to renegotiate things with customers in terms of their own costs that are elevating a bit. How long does that take? I mean, that I think will be the question for the patience of companies. We have an enormous number of people in this country who make their living in small and medium-sized businesses. So if that pain doesn't start to alleviate, or they don't see commensurate tax cuts, depreciation, as I just mentioned, other things that they can offset in their business expenses, then I think you'll see some political pushback. But I think there is a grace period that is happening, and I think people are waiting to see what happens.
Kind of on a parallel track, the president is not backing away from his support of Elon Musk and the Musk-led efforts to make government more efficient and to downsize it. Democrats are portraying cuts and layoffs as very cold-hearted and hurtful to average Americans in the long run. Have you heard any concern behind the scenes about how much this could hurt Republicans going forward if that shakeup of the federal government backfires?
So I think that you've got a ton of strong personalities in this White House. I mean, look at the fact that Elon Musk and President Trump are working side by side on a lot of these efforts. And I think that DOGE, again, I think it's the question of, can you convince the American people? Think of it in some ways as an 18-month project. When World War II happened, when Pearl Harbor was attacked by the Japanese, the United States was in a very weak military position in terms of the amount of equipment we had, and we had to do a massive industrialization in order to ramp up. And it was sold to the country as a, patriotic need, and everybody got on board in terms of trying to make that happen. And I think that there could be a better selling articulation of, the short-term pain and the long-term gain. This is their policy. I don't know if it's going to work, but I do think that people are willing to give them a little bit of grace. In terms of the relationships in the White House, like I said, these are very big personalities that are pushing and shoving here, and they're trying to do big things. And when you're trying to cut the government has grown so dramatically. There is no way that all of these positions are producing an effective outcome. So I think most Americans believe that there is a lot of waste in their government, and that's their tax dollars. Now, are there going to be bumps and bruises along the way? Are there going to be people who were let go who need to come back? I think that's part of the rocky process that we're seeing play out. But, when people hear that only 6% of federal employees show up for their job every day, that's not the way most people live their lives. So I think there is this period of time and evaluation that we're in the middle of, but they're going to have to prove that it's working.
Some of the biggest headlines for this White House so far have been on foreign policy. The president pushing for peace in Ukraine and the Middle East, neither probably moving as quickly as he would like. More broadly, though, the return to an America First theme. Does it ruffle feathers around the world as much as Trump critics say it does?
I think there was a feeling that the last administration was not strong in terms of a partner. And there was a lot of, I think about President Biden going to the original, I think it was a G8 that he went to, and, he said, America is back. And people are shaking my hand, and they're so glad that America is back. But then you look at what actually happened during that period. We had 2 wars break out in the Middle East and in Europe for the first time in 80 years. So I think that they are wary of President Trump, but they know they have to stand up and sort of figure out where they stand. But I was interested in watching Mark Rutte, who I had on my show a couple weeks ago, the NATO Secretary General. He seems to be on the same page with President Trump. And I think that one of the things that's interesting is the strategy appears to be when you tell Europe that the post-World War II period of us being their protector is kind of running out its course after 80 years and a lot of development in those countries. But if they haven't focused on their economy strongly enough, and if they don't put enough money into their own defense to protect themselves, they are not necessarily presenting a appealing picture for someone else to want to cover those expenses for them, i.e. the United States.
Protesters occupying the Trump Tower lobby in New York seems like a pretty unexpected development. They mainly seem to want the release of Mahmoud Khalil, the now detained former Columbia University grad student. But more broadly, does this seem, representative in some way of the frustration of Trump opponents?
I think it's interesting that this was a Jewish protest group, and their T-shirts say "Not in my name," not in our name. So they're saying, "Don't protect Israel in our name on this issue," and they're supporting his freedom of speech. Now, it turns out that if you violate the terms of your green card agreement, the State Department can ask you to leave, and that's the way it works. The reporting that we have from the State Department says that there are things about him that maybe, not the general public is aware of. But it's very interesting to me that all of these people are turning out and that you've got members of Congress who are wanting him to be free. Now, of course, we all believe in the right to protest and free speech. If he were in a criminal trial situation, you would have to prove that he had broken the law, that he had discriminated against Jewish students, for example, not allowed them to go to class, which is their right. So, that it becomes a legal question then. At this point, it's just a State Department question for him specifically. But I find it interesting that we're seeing this resurgence of these protests on college campuses in New York and now in Trump Tower.
The Democrats on Capitol Hill in particular have certainly been pushing back hard on the president's policies, as other groups have in court. For now, though, the administration just seems to be full steam ahead, still just barely halfway over into their first 100 days. Is this a pace that, this sense of urgency, does it seem like something they just plan to keep up?
I think they expected this legal push and pull, as I said, over a number of these issues. I think there are certain things that they would like to see go to the Supreme Court so that those issues of executive power can be tested. We've always had this tension between the branches and the rebalancing of it by the Supreme Court. So I think you're going to see them try to push to the limits the executive branch power, but I think that's going to be tested by the court, and that's the way the American Constitution should function in keeping our checks and balances in place. So I think that you will see the pace continue. I think that it's interesting to watch someone who is in a second four-year term who will not be running again, despite the jokes that sometimes, arise. And I think that, it really just depends on how much energy they've got and how much energy he's got. And at the moment, he seems to have a lot of it.
Fox's Martha McCallum, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Lisa.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Emergencies strike at any time without warning. When they do, food disappears fast. That's why prepared Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the leader in long-term emergency food storage, to protect their families. For a limited time, order their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply and get 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's 12 extra days of food at no extra cost. That's nearly 2 weeks of extra food, free to keep your family secure. Plus, free shipping. Order by 3 p.m. for same-day shipping. All kits deliver 2,000 calories per day of easy-to-prepare meals with a shelf life up to 25 years. These kits that have been rated 4.8 out of 5 stars by tens of thousands of folks like you. When the next crisis hits, you'll be ready. Stock up now at MyPatriotSupply.com before this deal disappears. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com for your 4-week emergency food supply and 4 free extra food kits. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
You all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, March 14th. This is the Fox News Rundown. I'm Sue Guzman. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer taking Congress by surprise. He is now backing the Republican spending bill to avert a government shutdown. Kevin Cork reports.
It paves the way now for a budget deal to keep open the government. As you know, Congress has to pass a funding measure by the end of Friday to avoid a shutdown. And the potential political punishment for a shutdown could be pretty punitive, especially for Democrats, because you guessed it, the GOP would likely blame the economic fallout on the Dems, and the president and his Doge team, they argue, could wield even more executive power.
Federal judge in San Francisco ordering the Trump administration to rehire tens of thousands of federal probationary workers that were fired as part of the administration's efforts to downsize the federal workforce. Fox's David Spunt has more.
The Bill Clinton-appointed federal judge called the government's arguments a, quote, sham, getting visibly upset in a San Francisco courtroom. Judge William Alsup ruled that the government must immediately offer jobs back to terminated employees at the Treasury, Defense, Agriculture, Interior, Energy, and Veterans Affairs departments. According to the Fox News producer in court, Alsup waved his finger at a government lawyer, telling the Justice Department attorney that this case upset him. He called it a, quote, sad day when good employees would be fired on the false claim of poor performance unions. The White House indicated an appeal is on the horizon, calling the judge's order, quote, absurd.
President Trump meeting with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte Thursday in the Oval Office to discuss the ongoing peace talks regarding the Russia-Ukraine war. Ukraine's agreed to a 30-day ceasefire, and the president says the ball is in Russia's court.
We're going to see whether or not Russia's there, and if they're not, it'll be a very disappointing moment for the world.
U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is in Moscow speaking with Russian leaders. And President Trump is asking the Supreme Court to partly uphold his executive order ending birthright citizenship while legal battles on it play out.
The president's order would deny citizenship to those born after February 19th whose parents are in the country illegally. But district judges in Maryland, Massachusetts, and Washington have blocked the president's order across the U.S. About 24 states, as well as several groups, have sued over that order, saying it violates the Constitution's promise of citizenship to anyone born inside the U.S. But the Trump administration argues states don't have the legal right to challenge the order. Until the legal fighting is done, the administration's asking the Supreme Court to limit the lower court rulings so they don't apply nationally.
I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey everyone, this is Kathy Barnett. Listen to my new show at a special time this Saturday morning at 10 a.m. We're going to be talking about who's afraid of the big bad Jew and why does it matter to you. We're talking to author Rabbi Raphael Shore. The Kathy Barnett Show this Saturday morning at 10 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm Jessica with Sea Crane. Natural disasters continue to disrupt our lives, highlighting the importance of communication tools you can count on. This year alone, we've witnessed the devastating impact of wildfires, hurricanes, earthquakes, and tornadoes. In these moments of crisis, radio is a lifeline. When power grids fail and cell towers go down, radio broadcasts continue to provide critical information and a sense of connection. There's something reassuring about the simplicity and reliability of radio. When you're without power, Sea Crane's high-quality, American-designed radios with long-range reception and voice-focused audio keep you informed. They can even alert you to a weather emergency. To get more information or receive a free catalog, give us a call at 800-522-8863. That's 800-522-8863. Or visit us online at ccradio.com. That's ccradio.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Another down day on Wall Street Thursday due to tariff concerns. The Dow lost 537, the S&P 500 78, the tech-heavy Nasdaq 345. The S&P now in correction territory, down 10% from its record high just 3 weeks ago. The Nasdaq already in correction territory. It's down over 14% from its record high in December. When it comes to tariffs, here's what the president said Thursday.
Aluminum or steel or cars, we're not going to bend. We've been ripped off as a country for many, many years.
The Producer Price Index, which measures the cost of producing consumer goods, a good indicator of inflation, unchanged in February, up 3.2% year to year. Core PPI, excluding food and energy, down 0.1% in February, up 3.4% year to year. And don't forget the deadline for a possible government shutdown, midnight tonight. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Its future in the United States remains unclear. The video sharing app TikTok, though, is now banned in Albania for at least a year. West Virginia University's football coach, Rich Rodriguez, is banning players from posting dances on TikTok, saying it takes away from the team's hard-edge image. A University of California study, meantime, is linking social media and screen time with manic symptoms in preteens. Courtney Davis is a mom who limits her kids' screen time.
My children are 12 and 10, and they've even made the comment that they feel a little lonely that they don't have a smartphone. And I said, well, guess what? That's a great way for us to even navigate that feeling of loneliness together now, because even as adults, we feel lonely.
Dr. Judith Joseph is a psychiatrist, researcher, public speaker, and podcast host who sees the effects of screen time.
It's a contributing factor to what we're seeing in terms of the higher rates of anxiety and depression. And
her new book out soon is called High Functioning: Overcome Your Hidden Depression and Reclaim Your Joy.
You know, even things like FOMO, which didn't really exist to this extent years ago, I'm seeing that as being a contributing factor for sure.
Maybe this is anecdotal, but there does seem to be, at least among my sort of circle, a backlash and more parents saying, at least with social media, enough's enough with this. It's been around for years, but we got to wait until they're older, at least.
Yeah.
Right?
There's an organization called Wait Until 8th, and they empower communities, schools, families to get together and try to get the children or the adolescents, the tweens, to delay having a social media account or even a device until the 8th grade, which is really difficult to do. You know, think about other kids having a device. They want to have a device too. They want to be online. They don't want to miss out. So really doing this as a family, as a community, is a way to say, well, my child doesn't have it, your child doesn't have it, we're all in it together.
Right.
But it's so difficult if you don't have other parents on board.
What do you tell patients, kids and adults, about self-examining your screen time and when to know that too much is too much and then how to break that habit?
We have emerging data that shows that being on screens is not healthy for children. It causes delays. It causes hyperactivity, inattention, irritability. And with adults, you know, they may actually become more anxious and depressed. So, and there's a whole Stanford Zoom Fatigue Center dedicated to this, right? So that's the education part. Just like know what's out there in the data. And then the S and reset is strategy. What is your plan? Are you going to say everyone's off the phones at a certain time? Are we limiting it to a certain time of the day? What is your strategy? Is it that no kids get the phone until the 8th grade? Is it no screen time before the age of 18 months, which is what the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends? And then the E is expectation. What are you hoping to get out of this plan? Do you want to be more connected, more productive, more efficient, less depressed, get better sleep? Have a clear expectation. And then the T in reset is be thoughtful. Reflect on the process. Was it too rigid? Was it too lax? Did you get what you wanted out of it? And then take it from there. But have a strategy in place.
You talk a little about screen time, and lot about depression in your new books called High Functioning, Overcome Your Hidden Depression and Reclaim Your Joy. It's sort of half self-help and half science. Explain exactly what high functioning depression is.
Well, I have a research lab not far from here. And after 2020, I was seeing patient after patient coming in, and I was using the DSM-5, which is the Bible of Psychiatry, to go through the symptoms of depression with them. Many of them were showing signs of depression, like poor concentration, poor sleep, something called anhedonia, which many people don't realize is a real thing.
Yeah, that was a new word to me from the book.
Yeah, it's like a lack of pleasure, interest, and joy in things that you used to enjoy.
So it's not so much sadness. It's just it's nothing. It's lack of joy.
The blah, the meh, you know? And I was seeing that, and you're right. There is a symptom of depression, possible sadness, but many people don't identify with sadness or depression. They identify with anhedonia. And I was seeing people having all these symptoms of depression, checking the box, but when you get to the very bottom of the list, they were not losing functioning. They were over-functioning. So think of the mom who has all these kids and has to work. She can't afford to break down. She's not in tune with her emotions. She's just robotically going and feeling meh, blah. According to the DSM, you have to break down. But no one's preventing mental health breakdown. We're waiting for people to break down, lose functioning, and then we do something about it. So that's what this book is about. And I talk about the risk factors like constant social media, constant access to bad news, all the stress that's happening in the world, all of these things that are not processed, and the pandemic, which we don't really talk about anymore, but we just celebrated the 5th anniversary of when it was announced, right? So these are unprocessed pains that people don't, acknowledge. And what do they do instead? They become pathologically productive. They overwork to cope.
Now, because people with high-functioning depression are walking around in the world and the outside world sees them as fine, I assume that means you've tricked yourself into feeling, well, I'm getting by. I'm not stuck in bed all day. I'm getting my work done. But you might be missing out on things you don't quite have a handle on what you're missing out on. You just maybe know something's wrong.
You know something's wrong because when you're sitting still, when you're not busy, you feel restless. You feel empty. So what do? You overwork. You overproduce. You keep going. I know because I felt that way too. I was a mom, had a business, had patients to take care of. And then I found myself being like, wait, something's off. What is this? I was experiencing anhedonia. But I was overfunctioning. I was like exceeding all expectations and no one could tell. And I just thought, I wonder how many people are feeling this way. So because I teach doctors at NYU how to use the press and use social media, I put out a reel just to see what would happen. 20 million people around the world said, that's me. So I thought there's got to be something. I did the clinical research study, the first in the world on high functioning depression that was just published. And I found that, not processing trauma, anhedonia, and bending over backwards, being a caregiver. Those are all of the risk factors that I found. And I think a lot of people identify with that.
I mean, you've been through this, or you're going through this. I don't know how you're feeling these days. I mean, I have a friend who had terrible insomnia. And decided, you know what, I'm going to figure out what this is. And she did the research and she wrote a book about it. And she now no longer has insomnia. It reminded me of what you did with this book.
As a scientist, I know people don't understand the science of their unhappiness, the science of their depression. I want you to understand the science of it so that you also understand the science of your happiness, right? What is the science of your happiness? Your happiness is different than mine. We're different people. But we all have the biological, the psychological, and the social risk factors. But if we only understood what was contributing to our sadness, then we would know how to cultivate our joy, right? So I wanted to put tips in the book about this. And I came up with the 5 V's that are evidence-based: validation, accepting your feelings, no matter how bad or good they are, just accept it, acknowledge it. Many of us push it down. We push down our feelings, bad feelings, and then we can't feel joy because we're pushing our feelings down. So validate your feelings, acknowledge them, vet them, express them, and that could be through talking. It could be through singing, through prayer, through crying, through journaling, but get it out. And I talk about things like sleep, nutrition, movement, but also the vitals that we ignore, like the relationship with technology and our work-life balance, and also our relationships with others, because our relationships with the ones in our life will be the most positive predictor of our outcomes, but we don't talk about that with our doctors, right? And then the 5th is vision. How do we keep moving forward and instead of getting stuck in the past? How do you plan joy today? I always say that happiness is an idea, but joy is an experience.
Right.
So get more points of joy in a day. When people come to my practice, they'll say, Doc, I just want to be happy. But I say, well, happiness is an idea. You keep thinking, if I get the car, if I get the partner, the family, I'll be happy. But their science shows that once people get the things that they think will make them happy, they're still unhappy. So shift that. Think, how many points of joy can I get in a day? When I eat my meal, I'm going to savor it. When I'm lonely, I'm going to connect. When I'm tired, I'm going to rest. These are the points of joy that make up the science of happiness. And I think we all have access to it. We just forgot how to access it.
Another V in the book is just celebrating the little small victories.
Yes.
Taking the wins.
Yes.
Yeah,
and they don't have to be like these great grand wins. Like today, I got my daughter to school on time, made it to Fox News. I'm going to enjoy a cup of coffee after this, just like enjoying it and not in front of my screen and say, wow, I did a great job today. It sounds cheesy, but we don't do it. We just on to the next, right? So if you're listening and you have a project and you finish your project, don't say, okay, on to the next. Say, I just finished a project. That's great. I did something. Let me eat my meal, not in front of a screen. Let me celebrate this one.
Want to tell people how to follow you?
Yes, please follow me at Dr. Judith Joseph. I'm on all the socials, and that's my website as well, drjudithjoseph.com.
Don't spend too much time on there.
No, don't.
Don't go scrolling for comments and name mentions. Dr. Judith Joseph, nice to meet you. The book is called High Functioning: Overcome Your Hidden Depression and Reclaim Your Joy.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Emergencies strike at any time without warning. When they do, food disappears fast. That's why prepared Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the leader in long-term emergency food storage, to protect their families. For a limited time, order their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply and get 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's 12 extra days of food at no extra cost. That's nearly 2 weeks of extra food, free to keep your family secure. Plus, free shipping. Order by 3 p.m. for same-day shipping. All kits deliver 2,000 calories per day of easy-to-prepare meals with a shelf life up to 25 years. These kits that have been rated 4.8 out of 5 stars by tens of thousands of folks like you. When the next crisis hits, you'll be ready. Stock up now at MyPatriotSupply.com before this deal disappears. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com for your 4-week emergency food supply and 4 free extra food kits. MyPatriotSupply.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. Edelman'sCoins.com. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford white water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs all day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best. because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Talk.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. A partial government shutdown looks less likely now as Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he'll support a temporary funding bill approved by the House. Schumer saying a shutdown would further empower President Trump.
There is nobody in the world, nobody, who wants to shut the government down more than Donald Trump.
60 votes are needed to avoid a filibuster. Without a deal, a shutdown could come Friday night. And forecasters urging more than 100 million people in the central and eastern U.S. to prepare for several days of potentially dangerous severe weather starting today.
This line is going to be hauling across the Midwest. We are expecting to see the potential for up to 80-mile-an-hour winds. St. Louis through the dinner hour, Chicago by about midnight, and then that line slowly loses some of its oomph as we get into the early morning hours on Saturday.
Fox weather meteorologist Jane Menard. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The top team in the country is moving on in the ACC tournament, but their victory came at a cost. Star freshman Cooper Flagg suffered a sprained ankle during the first half of Duke's 78-70 win over Georgia Tech. Duke head coach John Shire said it's a, quote, real long shot that Flagg will be able to play in the semifinals against North Carolina on Friday. Shire said that while his star freshman was dealing with swelling, the x-rays showed no fracture. Flagg, the ACC Player of the Year and considered the favorite to go number one in the NBA draft, averaged 19.4 points, 7.6 rebounds, and 4.2 assists per game during the regular season. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Everyone is going to freak out over contracts received across the NFL. Keep all of this in mind. The money spent on free agency does not come close to the dollars wasted in the NBA and Major League Baseball. Those league owners are envious of what the NFL salary cap is set up to do. As free agency begins, the real person getting paid is the NFL owner. There is no stress over this at all for them. That's because each of the 32 NFL teams received over $400 million from the league office for the 2024 season. That is before a game has even been played. If you're a Super Bowl champion or if you have the number one pick, it is guaranteed money through TV deals, ticket sales, anything that features the Shield in their advertising. All of that is split amongst the 32 teams.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The government says weekly jobless claims dropped to 220,000. That's the lowest since mid-February. But applications for unemployment benefits filed by federal employees remains elevated, with more than 1,000 initial claims filed nationwide for the week ending March 8th. Mortgage rates in the U.S. rose for the first time since the middle of January, keeping borrowing costs high for those trying to break into the market. Freddie Mac says the average for 30-year loans was 6.65%, up from 6.63% last week. Sources tell Bloomberg Apple is planning a new AirPods feature that allows the earbuds to live translate an in-person conversation into another language. The capability will be offered as part of an AirPods software upgrade later this year. Google Pixel Buds have had that option for years. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You'll hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day always brings the smiles. That'll be the case on Saturday, April 5th at 4:05 when the Phils play the Dodgers and kids 14 and under receive a knit hat. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. It's a weekend clash of the NL's best at Citizens Bank Park when the Dodgers visit Philly on Friday, April 4th at 6:45, Saturday, April 5th at 4:05, and Sunday, April 6th at 1:35. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Friday, March 14th. It is indeed Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, on a Friday morning in which we will have Sean Farish again today at 7:30 due to what he had to experience in the evening hours last night. And then in studio for the cut sheet and for hopefully the duration of the show, Paul Mercurio. You might have heard the name. You might have seen the bits, the acts, the comedy routine. Former Wall Street guy, attorney, Opie and Anthony, comedian, The Late Show, podcasts. Guy's kind of done it all. We'll have him in here for some fun for a couple of hours. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Yes, we've made it. We have made it to the weekend, folks. And we have a doozy for you today. Gregory, hello.
Yeah, buddy. Let's get this thing started.
Let's get it going.
Come on. Excited for, the Sean Farish story, when he texted us that last night, I'm just like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
So we'll hear from him at 7:30, like you said, and then Paul Mercurio coming on. I'm excited about this.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be good. He's playing at the City Winery, I believe. The City Winery. March 29th in Philadelphia. So we're calling on all the 1210 WPHT listeners to go out and support Paul. He's a funny guy. And
yep.
He'll bring it this morning at whenever he gets in at 8 o'clock or so.
I spent last night just texting and talking on the phone with all of our guests. I basically did I did today's show last night on the phone. So today will be a rerun for me, but you'll hear the first run of it. It's like the dry run of SNL before they go live.
Yep.
I did it all last night.
Yep.
I should have just came right in here at about 9:30 p.m. last night.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, it was great. Palestinian protests.
Oh, boy.
I'm done with these guys. Trump, what a day with Putin, with Chuck Schumer, and Lawrence O'Donnell. Can somebody stop the hammering?
Stop the hammering.
Yeah, we're going to get into that. Also, Tiger Woods reportedly dating Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife for a long time as well.
Oh, God.
What a golfing duo that would be, Charlie Woods and Kai Trump.
Oh, God.
As the MAGA turns.
Oh, jeez.
But Tiger's playing both sides here. He's dating Trump's ex-wife, Jr., that is, and he's also in bed with the Obamas for a movie with Obama's Hollywood production company. So Tiger Woods, very bipartisan.
Well, he's actually one of those guys that says, I don't want to alienate any of my fan base, so I'm going to just...
Yeah, it's the Michael Jordan playbook.
Exactly.
Yeah. Republicans like movies, too. We'll get to that. And Cracker Barrel facing cancel culture.
Cracker Barrel?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, what's next? Waffle House? That's right, come at us. See how that goes for you. What is this, 2016?
Can't think of the last time I ate at a Cracker Barrel.
I love a good Cracker Barrel.
Do you?
Yeah.
There's one over there in Plymouth Meeting, right?
Yeah.
Over there by the, what's over there? Giant, Old Navy?
Yeah. Barnes & Noble.
Off of Chemical Road there.
Yeah.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. PGA Tour Superstore. Not that I've ever been in there.
That's still there?
It is. Yeah.
Nothing better than Waffle House, though.
You like that better than Waffle House?
No, I love Waffle House.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know who doesn't. Are you aware of the ongoing cholesterol issue in the country? All right. Let's get down to it.
There once was a radio host on this program who said that the difference in society is Whole Foods versus Cracker Barrel.
Whole Foods
Whole Foods versus Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, I'm Team Cracker Barrel.
Except in Montgomery County, where they have both.
Oh.
So I don't know what that means.
Well, okay. All right. Let's get to the news. Round number 1, 6:03. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning this Friday morning, March the 14th, and we are sponsored in Kayal & Company News Live, sponsored by the Philadelphia Boat Show. We've talked a lot about COVID 5 years later, and yesterday many gathered in Northeast Philadelphia to honor the memory and their love of Sergeant James O'Connor, never forgotten for his impact and hard work and dedication in the community. So the SWAT team was commemorating the 5 years time since his death in a very solemn ceremony. This was in Northeast Philadelphia. So it was 5 years ago this week that Sergeant James O'Connor IV was killed while serving that arrest warrant. This happened in the city's Frankfurt section, and his wife Terry was there last night, high school sweetheart, speaking out. We've gotten to know her over the years, the O'Connor family over the years. His son, James O'Connor V, is a Philadelphia police officer, and by the way, is in the K-9 unit. His daughter, Kelsey, an Air Force veteran. Just a beautiful Philadelphia family who I think we've all come to love. But Sergeant O'Connor, 23-year veteran of the police force, served on SWAT for 15 years, corporal at the time of his death, and then posthumously promoted to sergeant. And now his son's K-9 partner is named Corp, for Corporal O'Connor. So just thinking about him, because 5 years ago, you think about COVID, and then they couldn't have a proper funeral because they shut everything down right then. And it was such an insult. It was very upsetting to many people. And then as well, so they couldn't have the funeral, I think, for 8-9 weeks. And then as well, those individuals who they caught and have since been convicted, it just took really until recently, if you can imagine this, to have some justice in that one. But Hassan Elliott was pleaded guilty to murder in federal court. So did Khalif Sears, and 2 others will still stand trial. So we just, to the O'Connor family, for all of us, we're just thinking about you 5 years ago this week. It was a rough night last night, a lot of prayers.
We talked about the firing squad in South Carolina last week. I think it should be mandatory firing squad if you murder a police officer. I would be on board with that 1,000%.
Amen. We have in North Philadelphia a 6-year-old little girl. We have word 6-year-old little girl died in this row home fire. Happened early this morning, 3000 block of North 4th Street. And we're also told by firefighters an 8-year-old little boy right now is in critical condition at St. Christopher's Hospital for Children. So those fire crews, the firefighters, first responders, were able to get both of these small children out of the home just about 2 hours ago. Gave them CPR, did everything they could. Tragically, the 6-year-old little girl died. They were able to sustain the 8-year-old little boy, get him to the hospital. Like I say, he's in critical condition. But there's a woman also critically injured by that fire, and a man suffered less serious injuries. So this was a fast-moving row home fire in North Philly, and so we're following that one for you this morning. We also had this American Airlines plane emergency landing, Denver International Airport.
What's going on?
I know.
Do you have that video, Phil? I think I sent it to you.
12 people hospitalized this morning still.
There it is, yeah.
Look at this.
Oh, what happened?
It's on fire.
Look at that. They're all standing on like the catwalk or the runway going into the plane because they had to deboard, obviously.
Oh, okay. I thought that might have been the wing of the plane.
No, it's
Look at this.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Sounds like you could hear somebody crying at one moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't.
My goodness.
I don't know if there's any cursing on this. That's why I'm kind of writing the levels here.
Look at that. Little fire, black smoke. Yeah.
It sounds like there was a dad, and they're at their gate with the family with a small child. The dad is taking that video.
Yep.
You might think twice. I don't know. Would you think twice? You're watching this like, oh, everybody at gate 8, we're ready to board the plane.
I'm already a nervous flyer. If I saw this, I'm like, guys, we're turning around.
Yeah.
We can drive to our destination.
You know, we got the boat show starting today. Pontoons seem like the way to go these days.
Yeah. I'll be there in 16 years, but it'll be a fun trip.
Taking a pontoon to Italy.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that'll be me in a month.
Dawn Stenslin is
navigating her own pontoon with a bottle of Cabernet and a group of 12.
Did they? Is there any info on what started this or how it? You know, like everybody, I assume was on because they deboarded, and then I guess they saw the fire and they were like, "Everybody off!"
Yeah, so they're investigating this. I know that the pilot and the flight crew had said that there were some kind of engine vibrations. There were engine vibrations, and they started smelling something.
Yeah.
People said that the plastic inside the plane, you know, by your windows, that started melting.
Oh, wow.
Well, I guess
People were flipping out.
On the bright side, I guess you could say that at least it happened while they were on the ground.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. That entire
looking
flight.
for that glass.
I am. You know,
you get a refund and free flights for a year for every customer on that flight.
We do have in Montgomery County, this is a warning, as I know the Pennsylvania Attorney General issuing some warnings about your key fob technology. This is in Royersford, Pennsylvania. I have family right here. This did not happen to them, but police searching for these thieves, they use technology to clone the signals of people's key fobs to unlock and then steal several vehicles. I believe these were Hondas, or at least two of the vehicles stolen were Hondas. And so they've said that this has happened in Gulf Mills, Upper Marion, to Conshohocken, Upper Providence Township, and this latest one in Royersford. So there's a lot of concern here. They're warning people, you know, if you have that key fob, you want to keep it in something to protect people from hacking into that signal.
What a bunch of scumbags we have. It's bad enough that people are lifting the debit card numbers at the gas pumps, and now we've got key fob manipulation.
There was somebody from Fox 29 last night tweeted out a Ring doorbell picture or a video, I believe, of who they believe the suspects are. Obviously, they don't know, but there were three shady-looking characters that were milling around a parking lot with their hoods up.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
Yeah. So, that's
good golf out in Royersford. I'm sorry to hear that's going on out there for those people. Yeah, nice golf courses out that way.
Yeah.
There's crime everywhere.
Well, don't, be careful when you park your truck, not a truck out there.
Not a truck, right. Yeah, stay away from my 6-cylinder truck. Fools.
We will talk about, our list today. We'll talk about Chuck Schumer, the Senate, and the budget crisis that all the mainstream media was telling us about yesterday. Looks like it'll be averted. We'll talk about all of that. And then also Dr. Oz. He'll be under the hot lights. He'll be at his confirmation hearing and questioning today. So Dr. Oz in the news. It was a shame because my son, my husband, and I, we all were up at 2:30 in the morning trying to see this lunar eclipse because it was rare. It was supposed to be this red moon and a lunar eclipse. No, it was
you didn't
too
see
much.
anything?
No, it was too much cloud cover.
Yeah.
So you got up at 2:30, or you stayed up until 2:30?
No. We all. For me, I woke up. My son might have.
He was still
used
awake.
that as an excuse to play video.
Yeah.
He's on spring break, so maybe that was his excuse to play video games until 3:30.
Yeah.
But no, you couldn't. Unfortunately, this was one of those. Oh, it's once in a lifetime. We couldn't see this in our area.
Okay.
So you can look online. It's pretty cool.
The blood moon.
The blood moon.
I was in a good REM cycle at 2:30.
Your eyes are moving, right? Oh my goodness!
I completely forgot about it. I should have.
Oh really?
Looked, yeah, last night. I should listen to your news more carefully. Sorry about that.
They call it a blood moon, the red moon. It didn't look, because of at one point you could see the clouds were over it. You could see the bright moon at one point, but the thing is, because of the clouds, it didn't even look red. I was calling it a MAGA moon. They're all rolling their eyes. Like,
Dawn has politicized the moon.
The MAGA moon.
You need help. Seriously. Like, there's something wrong with
the moon has become a threat to democracy, folks. Stay away.
Well, in our forecast, 61 degrees today. Happy Friday. Get out and enjoy it. Mostly sunny. For your tomorrow, 66 degrees. There will be some clouds, but more sun than clouds. And then Sunday, a sweet 69 with that sunshine on Sunday. Sunday definitely was 69 and sunny. Best day of the week. And then we'll still remain in the 60s next week. Monday, 60. Tuesday, 64. And next Wednesday, 70 degrees.
Yeah.
Feeling good.
Yeah.
We're never going back.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
But we could go to the Philadelphia Boat Show. Thank you for sponsoring us. Boat sale of the year. It's back. Philadelphia Boat Show starting today, March 14th to the 16th. Expo Center there in Oaks. Top tri-state dealers ready to deliver saltwater fishing boats, pontoon party boats, ski boats, bass boats, PWCs, and more. See PhillyBoatShow.com for all the details and the tickets. Philadelphia Boat Show. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14 Friday morning. Let's wrap up the week with one last big take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
Brought to you by Wawa as we put an end to the Palestinian protesters. You know, sometimes you have to put somebody in their place, and I think that time has come for the United States of America when it pertains to the Palestinian and pro-Gaza protesters that have really been running amok for 17 months in the aftermath of the barbaric slaying of Jews on October 7th, 2023. In America, hate speech is generally protected by the First Amendment unless or until it falls into the category of incitement to violence or true threats. Also in this country, you cannot occupy private property for protest as it constitutes trespassing, and the property owner can order you to leave and have you arrested for failing to comply. Civil disobedience, that is defined as peaceful but unlawful activity as a form of protest. This is precisely what has been happening in pushback to Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the protection of Israel throughout the country. And Thursday, it went to the next level, and I think enough is enough. Yesterday in New York City, a pro-Hamas mob stormed Trump Tower as left-wingers have lost their mind in support of a terrorist sympathizer defending savages and ignoring victims. Here's how it looked and sounded. Listen and watch. You don't have a right to invade private property. This isn't a public gathering space. This isn't a park or government-owned facilities. And it didn't last long as the fun and games are over with ICE detaining a pro-Hamas student, which as obviously we've been paying attention to, and that has come to a close. The cuffs came out, and these morons were carried out. Listen and watch this.
College kids, tuition gone down the drain, everybody's gone. Way to go. Support the guy that's supposed to tell us.
Loaded up onto the NYC police bus and sent to the slammer. Here's more footage of ill-informed protesters being arrested and removed from Trump Tower. Listen and watch this. And here's a lady in Manhattan minding her own business at a red light being cursed at as protesters spit on her vehicle. Listen and watch this.
You! You scared me? What happened? Stupid! You! Stupid! Stupid! Yeah, triangle, Hamas! Yeah! And open your window, dummy! Open your window, now you're scared!
Bro, if you're here for them, stay with them. If you're here for the protest, go to the protest.
It's time to start charging these people that go above and beyond what is considered protected speech with harassment, terroristic threats, and domestic terrorism. Any college that permits this, defunded immediately by the federal government. If you're here on a visa, you're gone. Charge these animals with the max. And it also continued at Tesla dealerships. Here's the latest protest in New York City to Elon Musk. Listen and watch. And that occurred at an NYC Tesla showroom. Peaceful, but private property. Your rights denied. Reports indicate that this is happening via Democrat fundraising platform Act Blue. And the media is complicit as well. Here's CNN actually trying to downplay and defend this behavior. Listen and watch.
Like if you are attacking Teslas or dealerships, going beyond vandalism, that could be an act of domestic terrorism. But I do want to ask about this as resistance. Is this what resistance should look like?
So Trump thinks that if you try to kill cops to overthrow the government and change an election, that's not domestic terrorism, but somehow having a protest in front of a Tesla dealership is. The bottom line with Trump is freedom and liberties belong to people who agree with him, and that's it. That's his view of America. That's not a view that people who believe in our Constitution share.
And you wonder why more Democrats today actually watch Fox News than CNN. Countless context missing from a general claim like that. But we're not going to rehash January 6th for the 7 millionth time. This isn't resistance. This is absurd. And then you have MSNBC, which has lost half of their audience since the election, offering up this doozy of analysis. Listen and watch.
But then you also overnight have this post claiming that protests at Tesla dealerships are illegal. He said today he would label violence against dealerships domestic terrorism. Now, I am judicious in how I play this sound, but I think you need to hear it from him.
Mr. President talks about some of the violence that's been going on around the country at dealerships. Some say they should be labeled domestic terrorists.
I will do that. I'll do it. I'm going to stop them. We catch anybody doing it because they're harming a great American company. Let me tell you, you do it to Tesla and you do it to any company, we're going to catch you and you're going to go through hell.
So just to be clear, you protest a private company, you are labeled by this administration a domestic terrorist.
So we have spitting on people, we have entering private property, we have burning and destroying things, we have vandalism, not protected acts of speech. It's pretty simple to comprehend. And do we need to revisit the summer of 2020? The mostly tolerant, peaceful, and inclusive left is actually violent and hateful. And it's time for this administration to root it out, shut it down, and ship these people out. If you don't like America, get the hell out or go to prison. I'm good with either. Mahmoud Khalil is a piece of garbage. Nobody wants refugees from Palestine. Not a single country in the Middle East will take these people. So you're damn right America shouldn't. And they won't under Donald Trump. You really think Trump is going to broker peace overseas with Russia and Ukraine, as well as a ceasefire with Hamas and Israel, but allow these radicalized Muslims to wreak havoc on American soil? No shot in hell. Set a precedent. Start with local law enforcement, as you saw, NYPD. Utilize state police if necessary. Get the FBI involved. Domestic terrorism. Bring in a National Guard if need be, if they get real violent. And if people go above and beyond the First Amendment and break the law and endanger others, throw them in jail. It's long past due to end this verbal and physical spat on American ground. And it's been going on for a year and a half. So F around and find out, because you're messing with the wrong country with the exact right president to put a stop to it. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by the good folks at Wawa. Get the meal deal that you really want. Wawa's $5 big breakfast deal gets you any sizzly breakfast sandwich, any size hot or iced coffee, and a hash brown for just $5. Mornings made easy, just like Kayal and Company. Got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat. We'll get everybody's thoughts and reaction on the other side. And then a very busy day yesterday for Donald Trump when it pertains to Russia, the government work stoppage, as well as putting an MSNBC host on vacation because he was exhausted from the first 52 days. It's Kayal and Company, never exhausted, live on a Friday morning. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Home is where everything should just work. Until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit OliverHeatCool.com. OliverHeatCool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org. See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100% every time. It's spectacular.
Joe Conklin's awesome, hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really, really enjoy it.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
My name is Barbara Panzano. I started with Crash Proof in 2024. The tariffs, they're very, very scary right now. They're on again, they're off again. The stock market's reacting to them. We might even go into a recession. It's going to be a rough year for everyone, except the people that are invested in Crash Proof retirement. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20%. And one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. With this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I haven't lost anything. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later, because you're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market, in my opinion.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through March 31st at the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Now a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill. Family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
$6:29. Kayal and Company. Lots to say. 3.5 hours worth. And we'll probably only get 60% of the way through it. Nick, Dawn, and Greg live here on this Friday morning. A perfect day for Donald Trump to be speaking with and going to the Department of Justice, which is on his schedule for today, in light of everything that occurred yesterday. Trump Tower in New York City. Tesla dealership in New York City, people on the streets spitting on innocent bypassers in their vehicles, and of course people being swatted, whether you're a radio host, a social media influencer, or a podcaster, and you have to deal with people swatting you and putting lives in jeopardy. 855-839-1210. I don't know about you, Dawn, but I see the stuff at Trump Tower. That annoyed me. I see the stuff with the Tesla dealership, 3 white liberal people just standing there like dopes with signs. They almost look like mannequins in a shop. And then I see these just unbelievably disgusting savages supporting the absolute wrong cause, spitting on a lady as she's in her vehicle, window rolled up, minding her own business.
Can we play that again?
Yeah.
Real fast.
That's the one with all the curse words that we had to bleep out.
It's D. It's D, Phil. It's Big Take D.
Yeah.
Roll it. And well, hang on a second, because if you get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, because if I'm on the street and this is happening with these people with headdresses on and their faces covered, I'm flooring it.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care who I run over. All right. Roll this. Roll this. Look at this. This isn't the Middle East.
Yeah. And it's not just people of Palestinian descent. I see an African American person. I see a white person. I see males. I see females.
Let me ask you a question.
All these dopes.
If somebody would have just pulled out a gun because they felt threatened, or if somebody would have floored it and hurt or killed somebody, that person would definitely be brought up on charges.
Oh yeah, they'd be prosecuted to the fullest, especially in New York City.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they would make the innocent bypasser, the perpetrator, and the Hamas protesters as the innocent victims exercising free speech. That's disgusting.
I mean, think about if you have a kid in the car or something like that. These people are disgraceful.
Oh, I know.
Disgraceful.
Well, she says at one point something like, she says, roll down your window, and she's screaming. And clearly English is not her first language. And in the crowd, clearly there are a few people, at least in the crowd, English is not their first language. They would appear to be of Middle Eastern descent, based on the accents we hear. But as you point out, it sounds like there's a mix of American-born citizens as well as those who were not born here.
Yeah,
surrounding the vehicle, faces covered, heads covered, spinning at the window. But at one point says, "Oh yeah, you're scared." And that's the goal here. You see this woman, it's a woman driver, and I can't see who else is in the vehicle. But this is the point. They want you to fear them. So right there, this is not a peaceful protest.
Nope.
This is not freedom of speech. The point here is to terrify the person in that vehicle who is probably, I hope she's on 911. I hope because I would call 911 and I would want that call recorded.
Right.
And I think that there's a fair argument to say that the person in the vehicle fears for her life. She has no idea if these people are armed, what they're doing. They've surrounded, they're intimidating, they're screaming, they're eyeballing her. That's a terrifying situation.
These are people that murder and blow up things for the sake of what they claim is a religious cause. If people laugh, "Oh, domestic terrorism, is that too far?" I don't think it is, because you have to do something to end this. Because if you keep lollygagging around and the P word footing around with this, it's going to continue to happen.
You enable it.
You enable it. Yes, exactly.
Where are
and
the
especially
cops too? Where are the cops? Like,
there was a uniform.
well, there's an officer. I saw two of them in the
who
clip.
appears to walk through.
But they give him too much rope.
Can Phil? Can you play the video without the audio? I just want to see where the cop was. See, so they're they're.
So you see these individuals. They appear to be banging on her window,
spitting on her window.
Yep. And then you see the officer coming up from the back of the vehicle. Here he comes. I think as it progresses here.
But there's no
They're waving. I think those are those Palestinian flags.
Yeah.
And what is Eric Adams going to do? This is his city.
These are masked people surrounding the vehicle, banging on the window. Spitting on the window.
All he does is kind of just gets them away from the car. So
And he motions for the car to proceed.
Yep.
I want chokeholds. I want batons.
Yeah.
I want dogs.
You can't be sitting there terrifying people like that. That's not free speech.
Well, if you're a taxpayer,
vile scum.
So if you're a taxpayer in New York City, you have very high taxes, right? You have some of the highest taxes in the nation. On top of it, I don't know where this was, but you've got the $9 a day congestion taxing going on,
right?
The Kathy Hochul tax.
Yep.
And so for me, I hope somebody files a lawsuit and says, I'm paying all these taxes. I'm paying for the roads, as Obama said back in the day, but I'm also paying for the law enforcement to protect me.
Yep.
And I am being intimidated. I feel that these are death threats. I feel terrified. These people are threatening me, actively threatening me. And so my question is, in particular, if these are individuals who are here on some kind of a visa, they are our guest in our nation, as you would have a guest in your home. And so I feel that any of these individuals, I would like to see proceedings where their guest pass has been revoked. There are a lot of good people right now who are properly and lawfully waiting in line to become citizens and get green cards and all of this. So whether it's Mahmoud Khalil, which, is, by the way, is 29, 30 years old. He is not a Columbia student.
I know.
That's
He's not a
30-year-old
student.
student.
No, he's not. He's a graduate.
Yeah.
So that's all. He was a negotiator back in 2024
Send them all back.
with the whole Columbia, that whole nonsense where they were demanding, quite frankly, that Columbia, pull any support of Jews or Israel and all this and that. No, you don't get to come from another country on our guest pass, basically, and this is not a civil rights. Politico has this piece. Let me tell you about Mahmoud Khalil, and I'm a journalist, and this is about free speech. No. This is about being in this country and having a right to say, if there's somebody who's a guest here and they're promoting propaganda that is from a terrorist group,
right?
No, you can't do that.
Yep,
that's not okay.
By the way, Road Warrior on the YouTube chat says in New Jersey, what happened there is qualified as statute as simple assault.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. That's a great point.
That's a great point.
He also said that's not a cop. That's a parking authority or whatever.
Which one? The first guy that went through with the lighter blue shirt?
I think so. Yeah.
I think there's
So
a
good
cop
for
right
him.
there. If Phil, if you just throw up the video at the end here, like you have it in queue right now, that's.
Well, that's NYPD.
No, that says NYPD. Although, who knows?
Yeah.
But even if it's somebody with parking authority, I respect that person more for coming in between those individuals and trying to help the vehicle.
Yeah.
Obviously, the people inside the vehicle, especially the female driver, young female, she looks, from what I can see, she looks pretty scared.
Yep.
She doesn't know. Are they going to shoot her? Are they going to shatter the glass and rip her out of there and rip her hair off and rape her? Like I don't know what's going to happen to her. But that's the point.
Yep.
The point is, you have no idea. and you are trapped inside of a vehicle, and these people, from your perspective, you can't see how many people are there.
It's such a great point, Dawn. I mean, you have to look at a lot of these Middle Eastern countries, a lot of that religion views women as second-class citizens.
Yeah.
So you are 100% right that the guys there, you don't know, they could view her as property.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they do in the Muslim religion.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
So
ridiculous.
I mean, I hate to say this, and more I do say this, but to that driver, get an attorney and say that as a woman, as a female American, your civil rights have been violated. What if? Let me just ask you something. What if that driver were a female African American woman surrounded by white supremacy type white dudes, and their head coverings were white?
Yep.
How would we view this?
MSNBC would go wall-to-wall coverage.
Right?
Or Rachel Maddow would come out of her 4-day retirement a week.
So it's all wrong.
Yes, of course it is. Sounds like a good time to exercise your Second Amendment rights and arm yourself because, as Dawn says, you just don't know. 855-839-1210. By the way, if you need that, go to King Shooters. So let me, this was a great day yesterday, I thought, for Donald Trump from the standpoint of Russia with Russia-Ukraine. Also, obviously, the government shutdown that has been averted because Chuck Schumer has tapped out. So basically what you had yesterday was the trifecta of world wars. We've had Democrats that have been in office for a long time and the media all bending a knee, tapping out, or saying, I need a break. And it started yesterday with Putin, who I've got the story from the Associated Press of all places. Kind of surprised that, because there were some outlets that framed it differently, but the Associated Press framed it the way I view it based on the clip that I watched of Putin, who basically is in agreement. The AP writes, Putin agrees in principle with proposal for Ukraine ceasefire and says more discussions are needed. The Associated Press wrote the following. Russian President Vladimir Putin said Thursday that he agrees in principle with a U.S. proposal for a 30-day ceasefire in Ukraine, but the terms need to be worked out, and he emphasized that it should pave the way to lasting peace. President Donald Trump said Thursday that there has been, quote, good signals coming out of Russia regarding a U.S. proposal for the 30-day ceasefire in Ukraine, and he urged Russian President Vladimir Putin to, quote, do the right thing for humanity. Quote, the idea itself is correct, and we certainly support it, Putin told a news conference in Moscow, but there are issues that we need to discuss, and I think that we need to talk about it with our American colleagues and partners, and perhaps have a call with President Trump and discuss it with him. So that was the first good news as we're closer to this coming to an end.
Do we buy Putin? He's really going to do a ceasefire?
My prediction is that we are going to have the ceasefire. I think this is
For
done.
how long? For how long?
I think we're going to have a permanent resolution at some point this spring has been my prediction.
Okay.
Again, I'm giving you like a 90-day window, right? Like I'm saying, it could be March, April, or May.
How many ceasefires has he broken?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's broken ceasefires.
Okay.
How many has he broken under Trump?
0.
That's the question.
0.
Okay.
Well, that's the answer.
Never broke any deal with Trump.
I would say
that's what I would say. Which world leader dared break anything with Trump under his first administration?
I think
Name one.
I think this is over by Memorial Day. You disagree, Stalker?
I think it's over now. I mean, I think
over how? How is this over?
No fighting.
Is it okay? All right.
No wars, no tanks, no destroying infrastructure, no killing of innocent civilians.
With Ukraine just giving up, right?
Well, Ukraine has to give up. Ukraine has to take
ceding
the
territory and ceding their land to
What leverage do they have?
Russia.
What leverage do they have?
So therefore, the ceasefire is Russia just takes everything.
No, they don't take everything. They don't take everything.
Okay.
But without the United States backing and supporting Ukraine, this thing was over in March of 2022. Russia would have finished them off in 2 months if it wasn't for the Biden administration sending all this weaponry and money to Zelensky. Does anybody think Ukraine is still fighting the good fight today if America never got involved? Almost 3 years later?
this whole thing stinks. It's all horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And to Greg's point, it's horrible. And so at this point, the fact that Putin, they're making a deal.
Well, let
That's
me
what
ask you
they've
this.
been doing in Riyadh and Saudi Arabia.
Why does any American care if Ukraine gets the wrong end of the deal?
Well, because it's a first of all, you don't want to allow that. It's like on a
No,
very
but
simple basis. It's like
it's
like
not
a small child or a teenager or any child. If you allow them a foot, they're going to take 10. And that's what Putin did. So Putin knew. So under Trump, 2016 to 2020, Putin was on his best behavior because he knew the consequences. Trump leaves Afghanistan's disastrous withdrawal with the deal broken that Trump made, by the way.
Right.
And now Putin's looking at this and he goes, oh, this is Biden's, the Biden administration, which the generals under him all have admitted they screwed up. And so Putin saw the weakness and he took the opportunity.
He took Crimea.
I get that.
And it's terrible.
I
It's
get
all
that.
wrong, Greg.
But if-
I agree with you. But what are you going to do? You got more than 1 million casualties on both sides. You want to let this go on?
Well, here's what I voted for.
It's a nightmare.
I voted for ending stupid, pointless wars. I voted for no longer funding the military-industrial complex. I voted for America first and stop sending other nations our money. So why do I care if Russia gets 4 out of the 5 things that they want and Ukraine only gets 2 out of 4 things that they want? Why do I, as an American with no Ukrainian or Russian blood in my body, why do I care?
You can have that attitude. It's fine.
I think 78 million Americans have that attitude.
Now, understand that there's and I'm looking for the amount of money. I reported it at some point, but there's a ton of money that the assets of the Russians that they have frozen assets.
Right.
So the part of this negotiation is that what they're saying with Putin is if you want any of those frozen assets if you want them, then you've got to be good and you've got to come to the table. I still suspect that they're going to have to pay. Russia in this deal has to give up something to Ukraine for doing this. That doesn't make it, to your point, Greg, that doesn't make it right.
Yep.
But now you have an administration after the fact trying to negotiate this mess.
Mm-hmm. Well, support for this war has dwindled over the last 3 years. I mean, it's gone from 72% support to low to mid 40% support, and that's probably in large part by Democrats that think that this should continue to go on until Ukraine gets everything that they want. So I just look at it.
We can't sit here and say then that we like if we're going to say that what happens outside the border of America is not our problem. I'm fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
But then we have to be consistent. Then we let Israel and Hamas fight it out on their own.
Agreed.
Then
Agreed.
Next time, Iraq tries to take over Kuwait, then we say, guys, you figure it out.
I agree. I'm totally on board with that. The whole Middle East thing. I mean, that's been going on for far longer than Russia, Ukraine, and it's a far more pointless. I mean, these people have hated each other since the beginning of time. So I'm totally on board with that. The only difference is Israel is a major ally and power player in America. Ukraine's not.
Yeah, I mean, these are strategic areas of the world. And so I would just say this, let's not elect leaders who are weak in the world. So if we have administrations who are competent and who promote peace and prosperity, but make it clear that there are ramifications to these actions. Like with Trump, just nobody screwed with him. Part of the reason they didn't screw with him was because they wanted the money. He's a business guy. And so he's saying to all of them, I'm sure that the private talks, Witkoff, when I saw that Steve Witkoff was over there and was at the table, I thought, oh, this is a done deal. And Witkoff is the guy. You know what I mean? He's like gold. Wherever he is, whether he's in Riyadh, whether he's over doing the Ukraine-Russia deal, no matter, when you see Witkoff there, you know that's good news for peace and prosperity. But for all of these individuals, the one common thread is that they're greed.
Yeah.
Thank God for greed, I guess I could say, even with Iran. So they don't want to be stripped of their money. All these people are greedy. The only problem I would see with all of this is that if there's anybody who has a different mantra and they're not greedy and they don't want because they're all billionaires. Everybody over in the Middle East, all those Iranian leaders who claim that they're just for God, or what, that's not true. Whether you look at the oligarchs in Russia, whether you look over the world, the one thing that they all count on is the greed of these people. They want to be rich. And so if, God forbid, any one of them decides to be a true mercenary and they have another goal, well, then we're in trouble.
Yeah.
But unless you have that, we're okay, because that's what Trump is banking on, that they all want the bank. They all want to get wealthy, because right now, Russia, Trump has them and Europe has them by the you-know-whats, the Quijones, because they have all of their assets, a huge number, frozen right now, and they want the money.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Coming up next, Chuck Schumer with a complete 180 in 24 hours, as it has Democrats having total meltdowns behind closed doors. Disaster averted. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Oh, make the magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic. You know what? They've been making dream kitchens come true to life for more than 45 years in our region, and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts, they're going to guide you every single step of the way, from free in-home design consultations to top-notch installation, and whether refacing or brand new cabinetry, which is beautiful, or just a complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with high-quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, you can enjoy an amazing, and this is amazing, 40% off installation. Just go to kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com, 40% off installation. Oh my goodness, what are you waiting for? kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Does your current trophy wife want a life insurance policy 3 times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies, too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Keswick Theater on April 5th. Proceeds help Abington Fire Companies replenish the gear lost in the fire at SPS. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
6:53, Kayal and Company. As we continue, it is day 53 of the Trump administration. We have a weekend coming up, but we're not scheduling any vacation because we're exhausted. No. But Lawrence O'Donnell, MSNBC, Phil Almquist, if you could, Clip K6, he's going on a little extended vacation because it's just too much to process, folks.
Well, here's the thing. This is day 52. I thought it was day 92. It turns out it's day 52, Rachel, and I'm exhausted at day 52. And so I'm going to take next week off. And I'm telling you that now because I know you don't like it when I just drift away, and I don't. But just taking next week off. Then I can come back.
Don Stensland, you've got a guy right there that makes a lot of money. He needs a week off. Complaining about how tough his life is to the lady that works one night a week and gets $20 million a year. Donald Trump, I think, has had more transactions, more, of his promises on his campaign that he's at least put into, and he hasn't delivered on everything 100%. Nobody can, but he has come forward with, okay, let's get the ball rolling on this. Let's accomplish that. Now, certainly things like the border, record numbers in 1 month, economy will take time, numbers are starting to look good. He has done more, I think, in 52 days than Joe Biden accomplished in 52 lifetimes. And these two overpaid dimwits, they can't handle it. And I think that's really why they're having the meltdowns that they are, is Trump is moving and his administration is moving so quickly that they can't sink their teeth in from a mainstream media perspective and gnaw on one thing and label it as unfit or too reckless, because he's already gone on to topic 2, 3, and 4 before they can even utter their talking points on topic 1 that he's trying to pull off.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up, we never know for sure, but Lawrence O'Donnell, allegedly salary of $4 million a year. And so you think about these people are so elite and they're in this bubble, like you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Lawrence O'Donnell, you've got Monday worker, she's
Monday Maddow.
Well, Maddow works, is she working 4 days a week or something?
4 days.
Oh, that's right.
During the 100 days or whatever.
I'll come out of retirement for the first 3 months.
So are they exhausted because they're working more because they're trying to keep up with just covering? Think about that. They're covering Trump.
They're crisis actors.
And so they're working harder than like they've ever worked before because they have to keep up with they have to keep up with covering all the work that he's doing. Think about that.
You know who's really having to work hard? Rachel Maddow's producer or Lawrence O'Donnell's producers that are typing up all the scripts for them to read, and then they have to re-edit them because Trump said something new. I'm pretty sure Lawrence O'Donnell's life is relatively stress-free, short of any issues in his personal life. He's got it pretty good.
There's probably a clip from broadcast news. I was trying to think yesterday. We were, as a family, talking about like classic movies that would describe this. In broadcast news, which is a famous movie about the broadcast industry, and it's a really well done movie. And so at one point they're having all these layoffs. Jack Nicholson, I think it was, plays the main anchor. So they're having all these layoffs like they're having at their network.
Mm-hmm.
And like Rachel Maddow's staff has been laid off. And so they say to the biggity big anchor played by Jack Nicholson, well, you could take like a 50% pay cut and we wouldn't have to cut all of these producers and writers and hardworking people.
Yep.
And he's like, that's not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
And so that's really what's happening. You played the clip last week of, was it Sunny Hostin, whatever, and her privileged self. All of these people are so wealthy and so privileged and so highly paid.
And detached.
Yes.
Yep. They have no idea what it's like.
True.
Yep. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. One last big story after that, as Axios has the headline, House Dems go into complete meltdown as Schumer folds. CNBC and NBC News saying, quote, Chuck Schumer says he won't block Republican funding bill amid Democrat divisions over shutdown strategy. We'll talk about that story, and then Sean Farish is going to join us in about 35 minutes as he had to deal with swatting last night at his home in Tennessee. Also, an hour from now, comedian Paul Mercurio is going to join us in studio. A lot of good stuff with him lined up, and he will partake in his first ever What's on the Cut Sheet. Everybody wants to be a part of the cut sheet. We're back after this on Kayal and Company.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
7:03, hour number 2. Kayal and Company live here on this Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Fire up that free Odyssey app. If you're going oot and a boot. I love the way the Canadians say certain things. Also, the YouTube chat, I'm sure, is fired up. YouTube.com/at1210WPHT. Sean Farish in about 30 minutes. Paul Mercurio at the top of the next hour. And right now we get down to the news, round number 2 at 7:03. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. We have Kayal and Company News Live this Friday morning, March the 14th. And we are sponsored this morning by Best Work Industries for the Blind. So locally, we'll take you locally as firefighters try to figure out the cause of this deadly fire in North Philadelphia. 6-year-old little girl died in this North Philadelphia row home. Happened early this morning, North 4th Street. 8-year-old little boy firefighters were able to rescue the 8-year-old in time. He's in critical condition at St. Christopher's Hospital for Children, but they were able to pull him out with the 6-year-old little girl who tragically died. We know that a man and woman were also rescued from that burning home. The woman in critical condition, and it sounds like the man who they rescued, and I don't know if these are the mom and dad, but we assume they're family with the little children, but it looks like the man who was rescued suffered serious injuries, but not as severe as the woman and the 8-year-old little boy who survived. Another fire, this one an engine fire on an American Airlines plane, had to do an emergency landing, Denver International Airport, after it caught fire and prompting the slides to be deployed so the passengers could evacuate very quickly. Everybody was able to get out in time. We have 12 people hospitalized, non-life-threatening injuries, but terrifying moments as now they investigate what in the world happened last night with this engine fire. Started with engine vibrations, and so they had to be diverted to Denver International Airport. So that one is under investigation as well. And locally, I just want to mention that we do have police across our region, in particular in Montgomery County. They're searching for these thieves. They've released some surveillance images for people of people of interest, let's say, in the vicinity. But the thieves in this case are using technology to clone the signals of your key fob to unlock and then steal vehicles across the suburbs. So the latest thefts happened. These were Hondas. I don't know if they were Piazza Hondas. I hope they're not, but this was Royersford, Pennsylvania. But we have all these vehicles from across Gulf Mills, Upper Marion, Conshohocken, Upper Providence Township. And so they're warning you that when you sort of walk away, especially if you're in a parking lot, you walk away from your vehicle and maybe you turn, you use your key fob, and you do your little, you lock the doors.
Yep.
That's when they can clone the signal. So they're saying make sure that, and they often will tell you, even your credit cards when you travel, things like that, if you have a wallet or maybe a pocketbook that has the proper protection, you can make sure that even when you click the key fob, they can't, I don't know, it's basically you can scramble the signal.
Wow. Yeah.
That's what we have to think about now.
Yeah. If anybody in the Royersford area that's listening has had to deal with this, or it's been in your neighborhood specifically, I'd love to hear from you. Call in. This is. I'd love to know how they clone the signal. I mean, I guess every key fob is slightly different with a sound, right?
This is not old technology because I've heard of this before. I just haven't heard of it in a while.
Okay.
Where when you have that key fob, they can, just like anything else, if it's emitting a signal, then they can capture it.
Yeah, I guess.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
It's in the air.
So's the pollen. That's coming soon too.
I love looking at how our news is covered by European news or internationally. Some of their headlines, as we talk about Trump or the U.S. economy, one of the headlines overseas is that they're very concerned in Europe right now as far as the alcohol industry, especially wine. And so now will Trump, he's threatening these 200% tariffs on alcoholic drinks and wines and that sort of thing from Europe. Is that going to happen? And then as well, there's another headline. This is Euro News. I love to look at the BBC Euro News just to give you that different perspective. And one is that President Trump is trying to involve NATO into the Greenland, quote, annexation. So we are in the USA, and Trump in particular, dominating the news in Europe. That's my point here.
Yeah. Yep.
And as we talk about what's going on with Steve Witkoff and these negotiations where it looks like they have an agreement for a 30-day ceasefire, Ukraine, Russia. But what are the Europeans meeting over, and what is the EU meeting about? They just met all day yesterday about that frozen money, frozen Russian assets. The controversy here is whether or not they can confiscate all of that money in U.S. dollars. I believe this is more than $300 billion with a B dollars of Russian assets. The vast majority of it was seized by the EU, by European countries. I believe in the United States, we might have seized maybe $5 billion in assets. But the conversation and the controversy for EU institutions, what they're debating here is whether or not, and they met all day yesterday in the European countries, their leaders, should they be able to take that seized money? This is a ton of money, more money combined in 3 years that all of us together in the world have either loaned or given to Ukraine. Should Ukraine get that cash? Should they get those assets? And so France and Belgium have said that seizing these assets and then giving them to Ukraine would be illegal. So their take was, be careful. They're urging caution on this.
Yeah.
But that's one of the big controversies that they're looking at. And no doubt Trump is involved or will soon be involved in this conversation. And that's why when we think about what Putin wants in this whole negotiation, I have no doubt that the Russian leader wants that estimated $300 billion back.
Well, yeah, and from my vantage point, I think Ukraine's made enough money the last couple of years, if you get my drift.
But to Greg's point earlier, I mean, if you invade another country and you take the land, should you have to pay with your frozen assets? Is that your punishment? Is that your fine? I don't have the answer. I'm just saying art of the deal, just looking at what's on the table. And that's what the European countries seem most concerned about, these frozen assets. Who gets them? The interest off of these is at least, I think, $3+ billion a year. And I was trying to look, is this euros or what? So it looks like $3 billion a year in interest.
Yeah, it's just like my credit cards.
So we've got that going on.
My prediction for all of this is that we're going to get a ceasefire, and then Russia is going to do something to provoke Ukraine. Ukraine's going to break the ceasefire. We're going to then tell them that they broke the ceasefire. The deal is off, and Ukraine is free to do whatever they want. The end.
Ukraine is.
I'm sorry. Russia is free to do whatever they want. That's how I picture this.
Well, if Russia was
out.
free to do whatever it wanted, it would take all of it.
It already is. So I mean, that's what they're gonna do.
Tiger gonna be tiger. Russia gonna be Russia.
Yeah.
No, I'm not advocating. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. I don't think.
Yeah, there's no good reason, because I don't want American troops over there, helping to fight Russia. So there's no good answer.
Yeah, but to Greg's point, I mean, to be fair, Russia over the years has broken all of these deals.
Yeah.
Not during the Trump administration in 2016 to 2020, but we know that they've broken multiple deals. They've broken their promises, and so we have that going on. Well, we're watching it. I just want to give you the EU perspective and how much money was at play. Lunar eclipse. Sorry, we were denied here. We got, it stinks. A lot of us were excited about the celestial phenomenon, a red moon, a total lunar eclipse. It sounded wonderful. The climax of it, if you will, was supposed to happen about 4:30 this morning. Between 2:30-ish and 4:30 this morning, and you could still, if it had been a clear night and morning, we would have been able to see it up until 6 a.m., but didn't happen.
Yeah, nothing worse than waiting for that climax to happen, and it never comes.
In a lunar eclipse.
Correct. Yes.
So no red moon over, but if you look at the pictures online, it's amazing. So I guess you get to experience it online. We are sponsored this morning by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Join Best Work Industries for the Blind for a Dining in the Dark experience. This is October 2nd at Adventure Aquarium in Camden. And expand your appreciation of taste, smell, touch, hearing, and vision. Come support a great cause. Visit bestworkindustries.org. Learn more and register. Best Work Industries for the Blind. I can tell you what you will experience, and that is a beautiful forecast. I know we're in the 40s right now. Started out kind of cloudy, but the sun will come out. 61 degrees for your Friday, 66 for Saturday with sunshine. Sunday will be an incredible, probably best day of this past week, 69 degrees and sunshine. But moving it forward into next week, Monday 60, Tuesday, as Greg says, 64, and then next Wednesday, 70 degrees. No measurable precipitation between today through next Wednesday. A lot of sunshine and very nice spring-like weather. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. I love this story about Chuck Schumer last night, and I said this going into yesterday when we signed off. You know, everybody seems to lose their mind. Oh, my God, the government's going to shut down. I never waste an ounce of energy thinking about a government shutdown because I firmly believe that even when the government's working, they don't do anything for us anyway. But Chuck Schumer says that he won't block the Republican funding bill amidst Democratic divisions over the shutdown strategy. This coming last night, NBC News wrote the following. Schumer indicated yesterday he would vote to advance Republicans' 6-month funding bill that passed the House to avert a government shutdown Friday night. The move is a major concession from Schumer, yielding to the GOP measure just one day after he vowed that Democrats wouldn't allow it to pass. He said, quote, "There are no winners in a government shutdown. It's not really a decision. It's a Hobson's choice. Either proceed with the bill before us or risk Donald Trump throwing America into the chaos of a shutdown. Quote, for sure, the Republican bill is a terrible option. It is not a clean CR. It is deeply partisan. It doesn't address far too many of his country's needs, but I believe allowing Donald Trump to take even much more power via a government shutdown is a far worse option. I will vote to keep the government open and not shut it down." And Democrats, according to Axios with some sources, quote, "People are furious. House Democrats have, quote, complete meltdown as Schumer folds on the shutdown." And I love the quote here from Axios, quote, "Complete meltdown, complete and utter meltdown on all of our text chains," said the member who spoke on the condition of anonymity to offer up details. A senior House Democrat said, quote, "People are furious," and that some rank and file members have floated the idea of angrily marching onto the Senate floor in protest. And I love this because what I think, the way I view this, is it shows that Schumer's in spin control mode right now. He's trying to put it back on Trump of, oh my God, there's going to be chaos. We can't give Trump more ability to create chaos within the government. But I think the truth is Schumer has lost power. The radical Democrats in that party are stamping and stomping their feet, and they're firing up their group chats, and they're all outraged over this. But the reality is this: I think Trump has won this battle here, and I think Schumer is in spin control mode. I never lose sleep over a government shutdown, but this is the trifecta that I was talking about yesterday. I think we are getting closer to peace. I know we've talked about the Russia-Ukraine stuff. Then you have Schumer, who literally on Wednesday said this was not going to happen, does a total turnabout. And, of course, you had Lawrence O'Donnell melting down. I know, Dawn, you've been paying attention to this. We've been looking at spending. I was reading yesterday about the Fed. They might wait another 6 months before, rolling back of these interest rates. Were you ever worried about a government shutdown? And what do you think this signifies? Is this another victory for Trump? I believe it is.
I was not worried. So, unfortunately, my husband, we try not to talk about work because this is work stuff, right? So,
Yeah.
But I said, he's like, oh, it's going to shut down. But I said, it's not going to shut down. It's not. It's not going to shut down. No, it's going to shut down for at least a couple days, but people will still get paid. I'm like, nope, it's not going to shut down. And so I was confident that it would not, and it is over power. But I think that what I see when I look at this is that this was they did a good job negotiating, and I guess this is Majority Leader Thune, right?
John Thune.
Right, Thune. I think he did a good job in the sense that when you're negotiating, you want to at the very least make the person you're negotiating against not look like a loser.
Plus, the Democrats right now, 27% approval rating with the direction of the party. If Schumer allowed this shutdown to happen, that number goes down even further lower, right?
And so look at this morning when you see Senator Chuck Schumer, he gets to look good because what is he saying? He's saying, well, if they do any shutdown, even for a couple of days, that shutdown allows Republicans the window that if they shut down the non-essential departments, then they, by law, they could use this as an opportunity to not bring them back as part of DOJ.
Mm-hmm.
So now you've allowed Chuck Schumer to go out there in a situation where Democrats are looking very bad in the polls, and you look at yesterday with all those protests, he gets to look good. He gets to look like the good guy. And so I think that's basically what I see, that they gave him something whereby he does not look like a loser. He comes out and says that, and then you go, oh, okay, this was the best choice that we had. We're not in power.
Right.
And by the way, who's the winner? Who's the real winner? You know who's the winner? The ones, the Patriots, who voted for this, who voted for Trump, who voted for a Senate majority, who voted for the House. That's why this is happening, because you stood in line.
It's nice to have all the power, right?
Applause to you.
Yep. It means the bill likely to find enough votes to clear the 60-vote threshold and eventually pass with a simple majority, even though there are some Senate Democrats that came out in opposition to it yesterday.
And Senator Fetterman says he'll vote for it. All they need are, 8 Democrats? They'll get them.
That's correct. All right, 855-839-1210. Sean Farish is going to join us in about 10-15 minutes.
Praying for him.
Yeah, as he was on the end of a swatting incident. The cut sheet at 7:45. Comedian Paul Mercurio's on his way as well within the next half hour. One last story before we get to Sean, as Tiger Woods now dating Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife. I love this story. Might be the best story of the day. And we've talked about a lot of big stories. Kayal and Company continues next, but first a word from our friends from Natural Lawn of America. When choosing a lawn care service, it makes sense to hire a company that provides better results, but also gives you that safety for your family and your pets. It's a can't miss. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. And speaking of season after season, if you schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today, you're going to get free seeding every single year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding every year, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hi, it's John Asher, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's our grand reopening sales event, and we're pulling out all the stops all month long during this event. Start your savings at Colonial with invoice pricing. You pay what we pay, no markups, plus an additional savings of up to $3,000 in rebates. And you can top it all off with incredible finance offers like 0% financing for 60 months. Save stacks of cash by stacking on the savings all month long during our grand reopening sales event. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. We have over 300 vehicles in stock, Tucsons, Santa Fe's, Konas, and more. Pay invoice on every vehicle in stock only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Trade bonus over KBB fair value. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every leaf filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/deal and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes story from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
I would say, and away we go, but it's no longer 6 a.m. It's 7:27. I like this.
So your theme song here is I'm Broken by Pantera.
I love Pantera.
And today it came out on this day in 1994.
Ah, nice.
I mean, we have a little edited version that just loops over and over again.
Yeah.
So.
Today in music history with all the fill timers coming up in 2 hours and 17 minutes. Not that we're tracking. 855-839-1210. Sean Farish in the on-deck circle. We'll get to him here in a couple of moments. And then the cut sheet and Paul Mercurio, the comedian who's Got an unbelievable resume. I had a couple of phone calls with him last night getting ready for this today, and he'll be joining us here probably in the next 20 to 30 minutes. But I think the best story of the day, hands down, forget Chuck Schumer, forget Russia, forget protesters in New York City. Tiger Woods and Vanessa Trump are secretly, well, no longer secretly dating. That is right. Don Jr.'s ex-wife, according to the Daily Mail. This was a Daily Mail exclusive, which is actually behind a Daily Mail paywall. This is like where their premium content goes. So they said that Tiger Woods has sensationally starting dating Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife. DailyMail.com can exclusively reveal 4 sources confirmed to Daily Mail that the two are an item. Woods, 49, and Vanessa, 47, both live in Florida, and they've been together since Thanksgiving and are quickly becoming golf's new power couple. They live 20 minutes apart in the wealthy southern Florida enclave of Palm Beach and were spotted together at a golf tournament last month. Vanessa's eldest daughter, Kai, who I'm super jealous of, and she's a rock star in the making because she's a tremendous golfer on her way to Miami University at 17. And Tiger's little boy, Charlie, they both attend the Benjamin School, which goes for a cheap $38,595 a year.
That's a deal.
That's a deal. Yeah, $40,000 a year. And other members of the Trump family, including all 5 of Vanessa and Don Jr.'s children, are aware that they are an item. A source said that Tiger and Vanessa have been seeing each other since just before Thanksgiving. She comes to his place on Jupiter Island.
Yeah.
They're not living together. She comes over maybe a few nights a week.
Yeah.
They love to hang out, have dinner, schmooze together.
Yep.
They're, quote, sticking close to home and have decided to not to make it a thing and go out in public. Not just yet anyway.
Tiger and his 5-iron.
Yes. So Vanessa likes the big cat.
Well, if you think about it, they.
Dawn, were you privy to this knowledge? Did you fail to report this?
I didn't know that you were interested in this kind of gossip.
Oh, I love this. Are you kidding me?
Page 6.
My favorite golfer and my favorite president.
Right?
This is great.
I didn't know Tiger was
Well, I
your
mean,
favorite golfer.
Yeah.
Okay, well, she has the last name. It's not, she's not blood. She's not blood relative.
She produced Kai. I told you during the election run-up, I thought Kai Trump was, she's 17? Out there just dazzling the media?
Land of Pod on the YouTube chat says, I'm glad to see Tiger has graduated from Perkins waitresses.
That's correct. He's stepping up his game. Look, he's 49. Endorsements maybe starting to dry up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's great.
Well,
who's more impressive, in all seriousness, and I know we're having fun with this, Kai Trump or Barron?
Oh, Barron's the heir apparent.
Yeah. There's a great story about him helping his dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that I think Barron is more protected by Melania.
True.
And so, so I think that with Kai, it's kind of amazing.
She's really out there.
That she has a very outgoing, for 17.
Yep.
She insisted on speaking at the RNC.
Mhm.
Nailed it.
I really like her.
She has all the makings of being a public person. Obviously, when your name is Trump, and you know what I mean, so they've grown up with this. But I think that's the connection, probably, between Vanessa Trump. She and Donald married very young. Vanessa Trump comes from her background is pretty amazing, but she was a wild one very young.
Yeah, Tiger likes him wild.
And so somebody who, if you think, Vanessa Trump was a model, she is gorgeous, but I think she's also smart. So I think she, and as far as Tiger Woods, I can see where they both have kids the same ages. Yep. They've grown up in the public eye, very wealthy, can probably handle each other. So who knows? I mean, maybe if they found love, good for them. If they found some companionship or whatever. I just think it is kind of a fascinating story when you think of Tiger and the Trumps. You only know what's good. Is Tiger now going to buy a Tesla? Will we see Trump and Tiger?
Tiger's definitely
you know what I mean?
Tiger's pro-Trump. There's no doubt about it in my mind that he has voted for Donald Trump.
Totally.
There's no question.
So that's
in my
what's coming next here.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to learn.
All right. we gotta try to get
I love it.
Yeah, we should get Tiger and see. I would actually love to have Tiger and Vanessa on the show. I'll see if we can book that. We'll get that for next week.
All right. I think that's just it. They're both very private.
I know.
And so that's why you didn't hear. They've been dating like 3 to 5 months. Nobody, I think they're really private people.
All right. Let's get to a man who's not very private. He's very public, but that doesn't mean you have a right to privately disrupt his life.
Oh, boy.
Let's talk to our buddy Sean Farish, who we were not scheduled to chat with, but he had to deal with swatting last night. If you follow Sean on social media, you saw the video that he posted and the tweets. Dude, you and I were texting a lot last night. I'm sorry you had to deal with it. For the audience that's not aware of what you had to endure, enlighten everybody with what you dealt with maybe 12 hours ago.
So it was quite an interesting day yesterday. This was going on, and thanks for first of all, just having me on to bring awareness to it. You guys have always been great friends, outside of all the fun that we have on Fridays and whenever, we work together. So I appreciate that. And just so you know, while this was going on, I started texting all my friends who, are in media and whatnot. And I was like, all right, let's go. We got PHT, we got, Newsmax, we got all these people. So everything went out, and we just want to make sure that, because I knew how to handle it. I've seen it happen to other people online. So, but here's how basically it went down. It was wild. So, like most things that are crazy, I was sleeping on the couch. The last time my wife woke me up when I was passed out on the couch, Donald Trump got shot. So, I'm like, you know what, next time, just don't wake me up, and it won't happen. But, no, what happened was I was passed out. We've had a long couple of days, all good things. And she came in and said, hey, there's cops in the backyard with guns. And I sat straight up and I went, oh, we're being swatted. And she looked at me like, what? But why? And she's thinking J6, like someone's going to come in and rip us out of our home and all this type of stuff. And I said, yeah, we're being swatted. This is something that's happening to people, across the country. She's like, what does this mean? Or are you getting arrested, or what's going to happen? I said, what most likely will happen is somebody's going to, let us know that they received the call that something bizarre happened inside the house. They're going to clear the house and it's going to be fine. And, she was like, but why? I said, someone called it in, and it's been happening to people across the country. A friend of mine, Nick Sorter, it happened to him. Gunther Eagleman, popular personality on X. It happened to him. Cat Turd, it just happened last night. After we got hit, he apparently got swatted again. That's the fourth time it's happened to him. But it was unnerving because, my wife turns around and she's like, they're pointing guns at the house. We could see it. There was an officer who kept peeking out behind our shed with a gun drawn towards the house. There were, cops and folks with high-powered weapons pointing them at us, and at that point, the most unnerving thing at that point is it's out of your control. I mean, we could, we're staying as calm as possible, but the slightest thing that could, happen could spook somebody, and it could be a terrible result. So, we're letting everybody know, we're letting our family know, we're letting our, closest friends know. And, I get a call from the sheriffs who are set up outside the house. They got into position, took them about, 10 minutes maybe to get into position. And then they make the phone call. They called me and they said, we have a call that you shot both of your parents dead in your house, and you're getting ready to commit suicide by cop. So whoever, and they obtained my phone number and gave it to the cops. So I said, well, my parents don't live here. We've only been in the house for a couple of months now. We just moved. And my wife and I are the only two in the house. We've got 3 cats that are in here. And they're probably the scariest thing in the house. And that's it. I said, we're willing to do, whatever's necessary to show you that this is not, that's not what happened. And then to take next steps. So they said, you come out of the house, follow the instructions to a T. We had to come out with our hands up, oh
my God.
And then we sat, on our neighbor's driveway with an officer who had a very large rifle, not pointed at us, but standing there. And I was explaining to him, I said, I've heard of things like this before. Please don't let the cats out. This is going on across the country. Our sheriffs had no idea that this was something that was going on across the country. And that's not a shot at them. They were actually extremely professional, extremely nice about everything. Very kind, very patient, very polite. this is a group of people who visited our house yesterday that you want coming to your house. They were as on point and buttoned up as it gets. So, I was explaining it to them and their whole team, and they said, well, we don't understand like why somebody would do this. And I said, well, go look at the back of my truck. You'll see who I voted for. And obviously that, the amount of stickers on my truck would indicate that I'm not afraid to say that. And, they had no idea. They said, is it on the news? I said, no, the news is not going to talk about it. But if you go on X, the social media platform, you'll see a lot of people talking about it. And that was the first they heard of it.
Yeah.
So hopefully it doesn't happen again. But the good thing is we were safe.
Yeah. Well, the sad thing is it's going to keep happening, unfortunately.
That's
At least
the sad thing.
I believe it will. Those that, listen to this medium of talk radio will know the name of Joe Pags. He was swatted. Yep. He was talking about it on social media. And I think you had told me that whoever swatted you, the number originated from California. Do the authorities have the ability to track down and pinpoint who this was or find their location? And then, I don't know if you've looked into this or not, but what type of ramifications can these people face and what can happen legally? I'm getting texts from people that are listening to the show right now saying swatting should be a federal felony with mandatory jail sentences. What do you know about that? Because I know you're probably pretty well versed on it.
So that's the one thing that I haven't started doing is
okay.
like researching that's the one thing that I haven't done. I've been, talking to people about it, and we had our parents and friends and all these folks and whatnot. But so from what I understand, it's very difficult to find out who did this. So the number originated in California. That does not mean that that's where the person was. Yeah. My phone number has a 631 area code. And so, that would look like I'm calling from Long Island if I called my sheriff's office, but I'm here in Tennessee. You can get a number very easily. You could sign up for one for free right now on a number of different applications online. Those should probably be more traceable than, let's say, a burner phone, right? But you can go get one of those too and do this. And that's what they use. So it's very tough to track this down. And so, he posted a video last night, and I, called on the Department of Justice to help and different authorities to help. And that's not me, saying, I want the guy arrested today. I mean, of course I would like the person arrested today, but finding them is not something that's easy. It's not like we know who it is, go get them. And they explained that to me. Our officers or deputies that came out here, they were like, it's very hard to find these people, but we're going to follow up on it. I mean, we're going to investigate it. If they were stupid and sloppy and used somebody's real phone, we'll get it. The crazy thing about it was they sent pizza afterwards, and it happened to
Domino's, right?
So Domino's, and then Papa John's. I said, what the hell is going on?
Where's Pizza Hut?
First of all, here's right. Number one, I said, at least get the freaking order right. But it was, so Domino's showed up, and I said, that wasn't me. And then Papa John's showed up.
Oh my
and,
God.
But somebody had
I
to
was
pay
like,
for that, so that's good information for law enforcement.
Well,
unless it's cash
well,
on.
you would think, but
Yeah.
there's a catch, right? So the Papa John's delivery driver, who I feel bad for because I basically cross-examined the guy on the phone nicely, but he called me. And he was like, it's your Papa John's driver. Your pizza's here. And I was like, it's not my pizza. And he's like, oh, we got to call order with this number that you ordered, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, I would never order that. That's not my pizza. But I said, can you give me a little specifics? I'm not upset with you, but like, do you have any specific information about the order? He was like, yeah, actually, it was a cash order, meaning COD. So somebody can order Papa John's cash on delivery, so they don't have to pay for it up front.
What?
And same with Domino's.
Oh, yeah.
So they ordered it to the house. And I said, a cash order. I thought he meant that somebody walked into the store and paid with cash. And I said, wow, we know what state the person's in now. They're in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
No, I called the store afterwards. And they told me this was an order placed online. It was not paid for. And, it was done in my name with my number.
Right.
So whoever gave my number to the sheriff's office to call and say, we're outside, come out with your hands up, also ordered pizza in my name. And the instructions on the order, explicit instructions, as the Papa John's driver told me, was to bang on the door. They were. I've heard of this happening for two different reasons. Right. I've heard of the pizza showing up before the cops because they'll order pizza to your house to see if you're home, and then they'll send the cops. The people who are doing the swatting. But for everybody who I've seen who've been hit in this wave of incidents, Gunther Eagleman, Sorter, some of these other guys, the pizza came after the whole thing. So kind of like rub it in.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't care if you want to prank me by sending pizza, to my house. Please, stop with the guns and the cops because the bottom line is all it takes is one bad move. I had people who were telling me, "Go film it," and I was like, okay, if I stand up in my window and point my phone at a cop with a large gun, I might get shot.
Oh my God.
Right? Like,
and
no,
let's be
I'm not
honest,
gonna-
this is the objective of these swatters. They want you to end up being shot and then to vilify. They're already trying to vilify you for being a Trump supporter, and then they're going to vilify the police and all. I mean, seriously, you really want to inflict bodily harm to somebody because they vote different than you. I mean, it's just outrageous and it's cowardly.
The goal here, and for the people who are behind this, is that I believe it is that tragedy. Because they don't care. Right?
No.
I mean, I have never in my life, I'm 33 years old, whether I was in New York, whether I was in, Jersey for a minute or in Tennessee, I've never had police enter my house. I've never given them a reason to enter my house. There's still no reason for them to enter my house, but I'm outspoken online, right? So that's the reason now, unfortunately. When you think about when this situation happens, it's really everything has to go right. There can't be a single communications breakdown. There can't be any, sudden movements. You have to be able to understand the cop. They've got to be able to understand you. Everybody's got to be on the same page, because if you're not, 27 up, 27 down, if you don't pitch a perfect game, both sides, somebody could get killed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem, right? Our sheriff's office was phenomenal. Okay. With this whole thing. We knew how to handle it. I said, we're going to sit down and wait for instructions. That's it. Right. And once I started saying everything was calm, I said, look, listen, here's what's going to happen. And it played out exactly because I've heard of people doing it. This is exactly what played out.
Yeah.
I said to my wife, we're going to sit down. We're not going to move. Don't take pictures. I'm not getting up. We're waiting until someone tells us to get out of the house, because that's the next step.
And thankfully,
right?
you don't have kids. And thankfully, you don't have kids. Imagine that scenario.
Right.
Yeah.
If there were kids, but I'm sitting there thinking now in the back of my head, what if a cat jumps into the window and spooks somebody? Right. I mean, we just don't know. So the problem is, if and when this happens to somebody else, and hopefully that somebody else is listening. Just, don't move. Just remain calm. It sucks. It's not right. It's unnerving. Don't like flip out. Please don't try to film it. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't care. Like, it's just like, holding your phone up and pointing it in the direction of it. No, like, that's just, we don't do that. But I'm afraid that somebody's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get spooked down the road. A cop who may have had something happen to him the night before, maybe not in the right headspace. I don't know. These guys were great, but not everybody in the country is, I think, as professional. I mean, everyone I've heard about now has said that their interactions with the cop has been wonderful. Thankfully. But all it takes is someone off their game there, or somebody off their game in the home that's being swatted, falsely swatted, and it could result in tragedy. And that's what I think the people behind this want. And like, that's the most significant thing. People are like, this should be attempted murder.
Yeah.
And I would agree. Terrorism, 100%.
Terrorism. They want to scare you. Are you and your wife thinking about moving? Because now they know where you live, so this doesn't prevent them from doing this again.
No, we're not moving. We're not moving.
And then my other question is, the other day you were talking about, and there's a growing sentiment online, Sean, and where I'm going is this an anti-Semitic thing? You talked just the other day, and that's the first thing I thought of.
It was the first thing I thought of, too.
Could this suspect be somebody from the very far right who doesn't want conservative voices like yours, like ours, with what you were talking about the other day, Sean, and that was talking about far, far right nut jobs who don't represent any of us, who are anti-Semitic, who are racist, who are ist, and could that be, the group behind this?
Well, and you're not the first person, nor do I believe you'll be the last person to ask that question. And I think it's a good question. And we thought about it too. My wife said the same thing. My dad said the same thing. It was just connected to a lot of the people you've been criticizing. And so they wouldn't be the common denominator in my mind, and I'll say why. Not do I think that some of the folks over there wouldn't do something like that because they are depraved. But some of the other folks who have been hit have not been as outspoken about some of the things that I've been talking about either. I think the common denominator right now, with regards to the names that we saw, swatted, whether it's Gunther Eagleman or Nick Sorter or Kat Tord, I'm in their replies. We're always talking to each other on X. So I think they may have just stumbled upon our content through them. A lot more people know who they are than who I am. So, when I saw that those guys were getting swatted, I was kind of like, all right, they're up here with the amount of, the number that they're following their account. And I'm in a different zone. Right. But they still showed up here. I'm always in their replies, and I have been, you're right, very outspoken. Maybe it is connected to them, and I have no idea. I wouldn't put it past them. But at this point, based on the other people who have been a part of this, I don't know if it's connected to somebody on what we would say the far right. But I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. And the simple fact is we don't know. Yeah. So I don't necessarily know who to blame. I just know somebody sick is behind it, whether it's the left or the far right. As far as I'm concerned, those are, two sides of the same coin. And, they're just insane. Right. And it has to stop before somebody gets hurt. It is, I believe, look, you want to say, some people are like, at the very least, it's harassment. Right. So here's where I am. If you send numerous pizzas to my house, you're annoying, and I would say that's harassment. When you send cops that are armed to the teeth, to my house, we've gone beyond harassment now, because if I stand up too quickly and open the door too quickly and tell the pizza guy to leave me the F alone, that's the pizza guy. Yeah. If I do that to the cop, I might not have a chance, to wake up tomorrow morning. Mm-hmm. And that's not hyperbole or an exaggeration.
No,
it's the truth, And so, thankfully we have a great sheriff's office. They handled themselves with as much professionalism as I want. They did not assume that we were dangerous at all. We were obviously very open and forthright with them. And then we had a conversation afterwards about the fact that this is a national trend. They were not happy to hear that because they don't want to waste their time.
Yeah. Right.
They didn't want to. You think those guys wanted to run and set up in my backyard and surround the house with a team full of people?
Nope.
For the better part of an hour, and then all the paperwork. You think they wanted to do that? Of course not.
No, and that's a crime.
So,
wasting resources too.
Yeah.
Sean, stay safe. Stay vocal. I know you will. I know you won't tap out. And for all the losers out there that want to send Sean pizzas, he's a New Yorker. He doesn't do chain pies.
Gmail on the YouTube chat said, to hell with the swatting. The biggest crime was sending Domino's.
I know.
Well, and getting the order wrong, by the way. Next time, get the order right.
Exactly.
30 minutes or less, or it's free.
Yeah.
Don't forget that.
That's right.
Thanks,
Thank you,
buddy.
guys.
Stay safe,
love
brother.
you, Sean.
We love you, buddy.
We'll see you. Thanks.
man.
Sean Farish with us. Unfortunately, and unexpectedly, we added him to the docket today.
Yeah.
Based on that story.
Yeah, what a crazy story, and the fact that it's happening to all these people is just we're sick. I said it the other day, sick society getting sicker, and it's just there's nothing we can do about it.
Well, InfoWars, the writer and reporter Jamie White was murdered. In Texas.
Yep.
And so when we were chatting, I'm thinking, oh my God.
Yeah, we're entering uncharted, dangerous territories.
Stalker, I think you're right. Bring back the firing squads.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing that Trump's meeting with the DOJ today. Maybe they can discuss these swatting situations.
It also doesn't help, too, that on the internet, like, everybody's information is just everywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's frightening to think about, honestly.
It's actually way too easy to find somebody's address.
Yeah, because people like us, people like Sean are outspoken on a lot of things, and like you can get crazy people who are just like, yeah, you know what? I don't like what these people are saying.
Yeah, and I'm going to send them Papa John's.
Yeah, we are way over, but that was completely worth it.
Yeah, we'll come back. We'll get to the cut sheet and Paul Mercurio in studio. The comedian, the Broadway comedy show Permission to Speak will be coming to Philadelphia Saturday, March 29th. We're going to talk about not only what he's doing now, his wild past, as he's got a resume that is very, very diverse, and he's also going to riff with us on the cut sheet. So stick around. Kayal and Company with Paul Mercurio coming up next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. For years now, they've replaced some of my windows, doors. They do an awesome job. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. If you notice any wear and tear, maybe some mold, buckling, or peeling, that indicates that your home is being exposed to the elements. A lot of people don't realize that siding isn't just for the curb appeal, for the beauty of it. It also acts as that protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl siding, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they carry only the best brands, including James Hardie, as well as Certainteed. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding always, I can tell you this, these guys always go the extra mile to work with you on the different styles and options available, the best fits for your home, and they complete every single project with such care, professionalism, and precision. Experience the Chapman difference today, as I have. Call or text 610-431-8898. That's 610-431-8898. Take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. See all those different choices like the James Hardie or the Certainteed siding. Beautiful choices there, the before and afters. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The Philly Boat Show is back March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Shop and compare 20 dealers from 4 states. Get low boat show only prices. See saltwater fishing boats, pontoons, ski boats, jet boats, bass boats, and more. Philly Boat Show March 14th through 16th. Expo Center at Oaks. Details at phillyboatshow.com. That's phillyboatshow.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun 100% every time. It's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome. Hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh, my God.
Really, really enjoy it.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah, 8 o'clock, straight up on a Friday morning. Hour 3 underway. We'll get to the cut sheet coming up momentarily. You know we never hit it on time.
I mean, never been this late.
Never been this late, but it's this late for a reason. As we welcome in our in-studio guest this morning, as Paul Mercurio is with us. And I saw you on Fox 29 here in Philadelphia yesterday. And for those who don't know, Paul Mercurio, Broadway comedy show called Permission to Speak, directed by Frank Oz, is coming to the City Winery in Philadelphia March 29th. That is a Saturday, 7:30 p.m. You can get your tickets at citywinery.com/Philadelphia. And Paul Mercurio has an unbelievable resume, and you and I had multiple phone calls yesterday, and I won't go through your whole resume or Wikipedia page or LinkedIn right now, but you're a guy that's gone from Wall Street to being an attorney to working on Opie and Anthony, the radio show, to Comedy Central, to The Late Show with Colbert. You have a podcast, you do stand-up, you do radio appearances. I know everybody has a podcast these days, but
it's a law.
It's unbelievable, but you've got a very eclectic bag of skill sets.
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
great to have you, man.
Thank you so much for having me. You guys have been so nice. It was great talking to you. Enjoy the show, and yeah, it's been crazy. I didn't plan. I didn't plan to be like in the sense of like this career, like as I was doing the whole law thing. And I grew up like middle class Italian neighborhood in Rhode Island, but I got relatives here, and I was in New York doing mergers and acquisitions law, and I started writing jokes as a hobby.
Yeah.
And I went to this function that my firm was invited to, and Jay Leno was the private entertainment.
Okay.
So I had all these jokes written, like 20 pages of jokes, password file at work. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I have them. And I go up to him, and after the show, I go, I don't know if you need jokes, but I'm never going to use them. You can have them. He's like, okay. He really does talk like they're letting helium out of his neck. And his head moves around like a Macy's Day balloon, like in the wind. And it's like, just keep your head steady while I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
So he takes the jokes, and then a couple of days later, my phone rings, and it's this. It's Jay Leno. Is Paul there? And I'm like, there's no way Jay Leno's calling me.
Right.
So I think it's my friend David pulling a prank because he knows that I met Jay Leno. And I go, really funny, David. He goes, no, really, it's Jay Leno. I go, David, I'm in the middle of a deal. I haven't slept in 2 days. I don't need this. No, it's Jay Leno. I go, David, it's Jay Leno. And I actually said to Jay Leno, you do a lousy Jay Leno.
Oh, man.
and he's like, I think I do a pretty good me. And he said, I'll hire you to send in jokes for the Tonight Show monologue.
There you go.
And then I'll pay you $50 a joke. And then a week later, my phone rings again. It's Jay Leno. I'm like, Jay, what? What do you want?
Yeah, leave me alone.
I've got stuff. And he said, I'm going to do a joke on the Tonight Show tonight.
Wow.
And people say to me, did you plan it? No. Were you funny? I was like, yeah. I mean, I was always the funniest lawyer in my law firm.
Right.
Thank you. Exactly. It's not saying much. It's like saying you're the sexiest IT guy, you know?
But then you realize comedy was more fun than mergers and acquisitions.
A little bit, yeah. It's like M&A is like, it's like when you eat, you have the salad and the steak and you mash that together. That's the acquisition. And a couple of days later, the merger is you release all of that from your body. And I was the colon. It all went through me. I'm a human colon, everybody.
And when Jay Leno's not calling you, he's falling down hills and banging his face up, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Very interesting.
He's just trying to get, press and PR and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I started to live a secret double life. I started to go out and try the jokes out in comedy and dive bars.
Okay.
So I would do like the law thing, and then on a dinner break, I'd go to dive bars and I'd do open mic nights, and then I'd run back.
Right.
It was like insane.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to get to the cut sheet in a moment, but one thing I have to ask you about, because a lot of us here in the building are very savvy when it comes to the history of radio, and we're radio nuts.
I gotta go.
What was
I gotta go, and I'm taking this jar of
That's
money.
the grammar jar, by the way. Feel free to contribute. If you butcher the English language, $1 goes in.
Okay.
Now, I
all
haven't
right.
contributed to it in about 2 years, but
Okay.
I have
All right.
an outstanding balance.
This jar really good. I think I gotta put a 20 in there.
What was it like being a part of the Opie and Anthony show?
Oh, I knew you're. Oh, yeah.
Back when radio was very lucrative career.
Well,
by the way.
guys, can I just say this? Not just part of the Opie and Anthony show. He was actually in
No.
St. Patrick's Cathedral when
Well,
Sex
you're
for Sam
killing me.
happens. No, this is
No,
our
it's
audience is gonna love this.
no,
Our
any
audience is gonna love this.
You're the worst hosts ever. No one's gonna come. Anybody who's Catholic or religious?
That's not true.
Oh,
That is not
they're
true.
not gonna come.
That's not true.
Well, okay. 'Cause
City
it's-
Winery.
Well, yeah. There's gonna be an altar
Philly.
on stage, and we're gonna recreate the whole St. Pat's thing. All right, there. You happy now? You happy with the camera, with the thing over here? Yeah, we were it was a really fun show. It was until we all screwed it up. Yeah, keep laughing, Greg.
That's how this show
I know
will
where
end.
your car is. I'm going to key it after the show. I'm going to write O and A right on the side with my key.
He's going to swat you.
Exactly. Oh,
That's
geez, yeah.
that's what's gonna happen.
I
to
heard
us.
that driving over here.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So yeah, we Jim Norton, Patrice O'Neill, God rest his soul, Rich Voss, and we would kind of rotate through. But you could see the St. Pat's thing coming because I was supposed to open for Lewis Black a week before.
Wow.
At Caroline's, and they had a thing called the Voyeur bus.
Yeah, I remember that.
And
too.
it was a bus with just giant windows, and it's pretty brilliant if you think about it.
Yeah.
And a shower in it, and they would have women shower naked and drive around Manhattan.
Dawn.
And for some reason,
Dawn, we're gonna do this
Yeah.
next.
Come on, Dawn, make it happen.
I'll video.
No. I've got you an agent. You're in. And for some reason, the cops didn't like that, so they pulled the bus over and they hauled Lewis into jail. And I think Jim was with him.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting to go on stage at Caroline's, and they're in there doing hard time, busting rocks, and so I think Greg and I talked about this off air a little bit. I think what started to happen was with that kind of shock jock radio stuff, you have to keep topping yourself, or your listeners go, "Well, you that wasn't cool. You got to go out edgier, throw the rock at the cop car, like when you're 12." So they do the Voyeur bus, and it's like, well, how are we going to top this? And they had this Sex for Sam thing. Now, by the way, just for listeners, it was the third year they were doing it. It was sanctioned by the radio station. it was. Don't look at me like that.
It was a different time.
Yeah. So we're a very religious show, and we showed it. And then it kind of got a little crazy, and but the cops and the mayor's office, they were on a lookout for that show at that point, because we were just a little bit too much in the face of the thing. Yeah.
So they were like in the pew sinning.
You know what? That is the best way somebody described it.
Yeah,
they were
sinning.
in the pew,
Sinning.
and they were sinning. They didn't really have the thing. It was like more like kind of
the other thing,
That's
groping,
okay. Just say sinning.
groping each other, and then Jesus reappeared. I don't know. It's really,
like that Mark
which
Combs.
only happens when I have sex with my wife. Jesus shows up, but apparently, if you're in the right place, it happens anywhere.
It's like the Mark Combs song, ma'am, what is it? Are you a Christian? Ma'am, I am tonight.
And by the way, I tried to go into another church, and it was locked. So I just had the thing. We had the thing happen on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you would call in and go, "Hey, we're at the sidewalk." And Anthony goes, "No. You got to go in a church." I'm like, "You want me to go in?" So I'm like, "Where's an open church?" I walk down. I'm like, "Oh, that church will work." And I go in, and then whatever the thing. So.
The show is coming up Saturday, March 29th.
No one's going to come now.
No,
they are.
They're definitely going to come. Permission to Speak, City Winery. If you want to get your tickets, citywinery.com/Philadelphia. We'll get into some of the political correctness that you are very interested in speaking about, and obviously with your show. But we're going to roll into what we like to call, and we're going to have Paul contribute as well. It's what we like to call, Paul, what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
Starting with cut 7, Phil. What's on the cut sheet on Friday? Sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, you hear a squeal or a grinding noise. Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. That's Meineke.com. Thank you, Meineke, for sponsoring the ever-important and very late Friday edition. Paul, we usually do this at 7:45.
Or 7:52.
Or 7:52.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 8:09
I'm
today.
the program director of this radio station, and I can't hit a benchmark to save my life.
I always love a boss that allows you to have a floating clock.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, guys, just come in whenever you want today.
Yeah, as long as you're here at 6 o'clock, you can leave at 10 o'clock. Just just do your thing.
Hey guys, just do your show from your house. Just open the window and yell it for 4 hours.
Pretty much.
Like Rocky.
Yeah.
Jasmine Crockett said this was yesterday. So she said, "We shutting down the government."
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Roll it.
In my opinion, if we're shut down, you can't be fired. And what does that mean? It does mean that people will not be paid, but it does mean that they will get their back pay. So hopefully we can stop some of the bleeding. We just saw that the Department of Education laid off 50% of their workforce. So I don't really understand why anybody would say, "Oh, we got to take the high road. We got to..." Listen, he is decimating the federal government. And you're talking about whether or not we're going to keep the doors open? He literally is shutting down departments anyway.
So, Paul, Jasmine Crockett is a Democrat from Texas, and she's very outspoken, very vocal. I like to call her a Dallas doozy. So it's really remarkable, the logic here. You're going to shut down the government and stop working so that you can continue to work and keep your job.
Yeah.
That's the level of logic that the Democrats have arrived at here in defiance to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
It's just a remarkable concept, but we'll get back pay. You're not going to get paid,
Right.
but you'll keep your job and get back pay.
It was the back pay thing that got me. Like, oh, okay. Excuse me. Are you not watching what's happening? They're laying people off. You really think you're going to go to Musk and Trump and go, you owe me 2 weeks of back pay? It's like, yeah, you know what? You can go to Canada or Greenland because we're not getting... How does this logic work? It's the same thing I thought. It's like, okay, I guess if she puts a sheet over herself, she goes, you can't see me now.
Right.
Because I have a sheet on
Right.
and I'm not here.
Yeah.
Cheshire Cat.
Unbelievable.
She's wrong. The opposite is true. In fact, that was one of the things that Chuck Schumer was saying, that in fact, if they had done it in many departments, if you shut it down temporarily, they can wipe out the department. So
Yeah.
she's as usual, she's wrong.
Yeah.
Yep. And she's also a attorney. She graduated from Houston Law.
She's an attorney?
Everybody's a lawyer except for me. I'm the only guy that apparently couldn't get through law school. Jasmine Crockett, Sonny
Don't you
Hostin,
hear her and then
Paul.
go? Don't you hear her and go? How could I not get through law school?
I'm embarrassed every day that I tapped
Whenever
out.
she speaks, my IQ drops.
I mean, could she handle mergers and acquisitions?
Oh my God! Please,
we from the law firm of Crockett.
I don't care what the tax implications are. I'm telling you that we're gonna get the money back, and I'm gonna leave now.
Yep.
She
needs to leave.
This is the party.
Actually, don't leave because you give me content to talk about. Please stop.
The joke is that she went to a top all-girls Catholic high school, graduated like magna cum laude. You know what I mean? She's actually super smart, doesn't talk like that. This is all a show.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen her talk. She's not smart. Yeah.
Well, I think she plays.
No, I mean, I know what you mean.
This role. You know what I mean?
Well, if you notice, and Road Warrior pointed this out on the YouTube chat, that if her little slang is gone in this one,
right?
So she uses it when it's convenient for her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because she's getting edgy. They're gonna push the envelope.
Now, Paul, you're Italian, right?
Oh, yeah, you bet.
Okay. Do you ever change your dialect, or the way you speak based on the crowds you're in? Because that's what the Democrats have done a lot. Kamala Harris was doing that on the campaign trail, and she just changes her accent to appease whatever demographic she's campaigning to.
Well, like
normal people don't do that, right?
No,
I don't think you do that.
Well,
do you?
Actually, like if I'm in an Italian area like Market Street and there's a show, I'm like, hey, how's everybody doing? What are you doing over here? And then I grab myself a couple of times and hey. And then when I order Italian food, it's like, I'm going to have the mortadella and the linguine with the clam sauce. Other than that, no, I know exactly what you mean. And black people tend to do it a lot.
Yeah, it's true.
Can I say that without sounding like whatever?
No, it's called code. Okay. What's it called? Coding or
code breaking?
Code breaking. Yeah.
No, you know who does it all the time? Chuck Schumer.
Yeah.
He talks like an old Jew.
Yeah.
He's the leader of the party.
Right. Well,
Well, nothing says power and leadership like reading glasses. Really? Really? Doesn't it feel like Jerry Lewis is running the party? Hey, lady, you are going to fire people with a thing? Hey, lady. What are we doing? What are like Hakeem Jeffries? And then it's now he's like a robot. Someone told him how. He was a lawyer in New York. I'm sorry, I'm getting off the cut sheet. I'll stop.
No, this is fine.
No, the guy talks like a robot. You're not connecting with anybody.
Right.
And if anybody needed to get black, it's him.
Well, he's dollar store Obama. That's what he's trying to be. And so's our governor, Josh Shapiro. He wants to be Obama,
I said
too.
that to my wife. He has the same cadence as Obama.
He does.
Yeah.
He really does.
Yeah, so does Josh Shapiro.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's who they worship.
Copycats.
It's bad.
Go see Paul March 29th at the City Winery here in Philadelphia. That's a good venue.
Hey, it's going to be a good venue.
It's
everybody.
a really good venue. It's a really cool
it's my
place.
first time there, and everybody's been saying that. They have a nice one in New York, where I'm based out of. But I'm really excited, and
I've seen concerts
hope
there.
folks can come out.
Yeah,
I'm really psyched about the show.
It's like a virgin voyage
for you.
It is. Sort of like going into a church. Got to bring it back, huh? Dawn, she's two rooms away.
Yeah. We do a radio show. We're all in the same building, but not in the same room.
Yeah.
That's how we do it because we all want a personal space.
By the way, that's why it works.
We were social distancing before social distancing was cool.
100%.
It's like phone sex.
Yeah.
By the way, I live below a 300-pound phone sex operator.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Yeah, who sold Herbalife diet products door to door. I'm not making this up.
Now,
I married her, everybody.
Speaking of married, were you a Married with Children fan back in the day when that show was on television?
A little bit. Like
I never forget the episode. Peg's mom was a phone sex operator.
Nobody remembers that
upstairs
episode.
in the bedroom.
Nobody remembers
right.
And she was 300 pounds as well.
Oh, I forgot that.
True story.
Yeah, and this woman, she was actually very cute, but the rest of the thing was,
Yeah, fat girls need loving too.
By the way, if you want to watch all the fun and frivolity, youtube.com/at1210WPHT, where we are streaming live. You can see Paul and all of us. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. Maxine Waters. We're just going through the trifecta of awful people.
Mad Max.
Well, you're giving me agita.
Sorry,
Really?
Paul. Sorry.
It's the coffee.
It's what we do. I pull clips of awful people and and everybody riffs on them. Yeah. She says that Trump is working toward a civil war.
Okay.
I'm worried that Trump is on the edge of creating a civil war. He alluded to it more than once. He alluded to the fact that if he did not get reelected, that there could be a civil war. What does Trump expect? Oh, I believe he expects violence. I believe he expects confrontation. I believe he's working toward a civil war. We're not going to get goaded.
They're not going to get goaded.
It's really remarkable. Think about this logic. The guy wants peace everywhere but in his country that he's the president of, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to end the war with Russia, Ukraine. I'm going to end the war with Hamas and Israel, but I'm going to create civil war here in America. Maybe if you just stop losing your mind and being outraged over every time the guy opens his mouth, you wouldn't have to arrive at the conclusion that he's trying to create a civil war.
Right. I feel
Just a
like
thought.
the Democrats are just sitting in a room going, we don't have any solutions, so who's going to yell really loud today?
Yes.
What are you doing, Trump? Come on! Oh, come on! What? Oh, you best not be doing that. Who's up on today's Friday? So who's up on Saturday to be loud and outraged? It's a party that's completely underwater.
I think it's a group of 12 probably. You've got Maxine, you've got Jasmine, you've got Randy Weingarten, you've got Liz Warren, you've got Bernie Sanders, AOC.
Bernie.
A lot of people from your neck of the woods in New York. They're very big fans of Donald Trump.
Okay, well, you're blaming me now for those humps? You don't blame me for those humps. I have nothing to do with them. I'm busy going to churches and sinning in the pews, as my lovely friend likes to call it.
Well, let's hear from Bernie, shall we? Cut 14 there, Philip. Bernie Sanders on the truth is that shutting down the government, and there's going to be no, in case you're just joining us at 8:18 this morning, there's going to be no government shutdown, but that didn't stop everybody last night from yelling and screaming about it. Let's hear from Bernie. Roll it.
The truth is that shutting down the government is a serious and dangerous action.
Dangerous.
That we must do everything possible to prevent. Yeah. Shutting down the government would impact tens of millions of our fellow Americans who would be unable to access government services. It would severely impact federal employees who would not get the paychecks they expected. It would also have a very significant impact on our armed forces. In other words, we must do everything that we can to prevent a government shutdown.
Well, there's Bernie. By the way, it's really remarkable. This is a guy, Paul, who, says capitalism is a failed system, yet charges $95 for his book to autograph it as well. A man that makes a little over $200,000 a year, probably, yet has a net worth of billions of dollars. Fascinating, right?
Yeah, it really is. And a couple of things on Bernie. It's amazing to see a Muppet character come to life,
isn't it?
And this is a guy drives me crazy because he's just the guy at the complaint department with no solutions. Mm-hmm. In 30-something years in the Senate, he's originated 3 bills that have passed. 3! Maybe less time kvetching. Oh, what they over here? We got the thing. And just do something.
He just wants billionaires to pay their fair share, right?
Yeah, exactly. And he's writing a book on how not to get anything done.
That's
$95.
Correct. It's unbelievable.
AOC.
Oh, here, a New Yorker.
Here we go.
Here we go.
What number is this? 26, Phil. She is not happy with with what Chuck Schumer is doing.
Maybe she's on that chain text.
There's a rift between the progressive part of the party and the Schumers, the young whippersnappers like AOC and the old fossils like Chuck Schumer. There's a big rift between the two, and she's not happy with Chucky. Roll it.
Chuck Schumer, I guess the Senate Democratic leader, your senator, said at this meeting that he is going to vote for cloture. He is going to vote to allow there to be a simple majority vote. You think that's wrong?
I believe that's a tremendous mistake. Yes.
Why?
I think, well, first and foremost, the American people, if anyone has held a town hall or has seen what has been happening in town halls, American people, whether they are Republicans, independents, Democrats, are up in arms about Elon Musk and the actual gutting of federal agencies across the board.
Not really.
This continuing resolution codifies much of this chaos that Elon Musk is wreaking havoc on the federal government. It codifies many of those changes. It sacrifices and completely eliminates congressional authority in order to review these impulsive Trump tariffs that he's switching on and off. And on top of that, for folks who are concerned about effectiveness in government, this Republican extreme spending bill removes all of the guardrails and all of the accountability measures to ensure that money is being spent in the way that Congress has directed for it to be spent. This turns the federal government into a slush fund for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It sacrifices congressional authority, and it is deeply partisan. And so to me, it is almost unthinkable why Senate Democrats would vote to hand the few pieces of leverage that we have away for free when we've been sent here to protect Social Security, protect Medicaid, and protect Medicare.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, what?
Sorry.
Two pieces of political analysis, and then we've got to have a little conversation here, Paul. Greg, you can join this, and then Dawn, you can try to murder all three of us. So first of all, Americans are on board. 54%, according to Harry Enton from CNN, are on board with DOGE. That's Republicans, Democrats, and Independents. So nobody's really up in arms except for AOC. Also very rich of her to talk about Trump and a slush fund, after Elon Musk was the one who exposed all of these slush funds that they're outraged over now that it's become public information. But lastly, crazy eyes, right? Like that. Have you ever been with a woman with the crazy eyes? I mean, that's what you have to avoid right there.
Yeah.
So he could sin in that pew.
Like that's crazy chick right there, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the one that you never marry.
Who
right?
left the burner on?
Yeah.
How many times did I say that the entire financial system is dependent on you turning this burner off?
Would you want to be in a kitchen with her while there's a pot of boiling water going on the stove?
Only if I had a large knife.
That's rabbit in the pot crazy.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's Michael
there.
Douglas. What movie was that?
Exactly.
What movie was that?
Fatal Attraction.
Fatal Attraction. Yeah.
I'm Italian, and she's I don't know. She's Latina, and it would be just war. It would be just the crazy tension. But I don't want to
Too much tempers, though, right?
A lot.
Yeah.
You just you get set off and
Yeah.
whatever.
AOC could never marry an Irishman, an Italian, or an Arab man because it would just be too much.
It was me,
too much clashing.
Exactly.
Remember, she didn't even get married yet. She's been engaged to Riley
Right.
for so long. And
Right.
you hear her in that clip talk about authority. She always wants to be in charge.
Mhm.
You notice that?
Oh, yeah.
She also doesn't get that progressive agenda that Biden tried to make happen blew up in the face of the Democrats is one of the big reasons that they're in the mess they're in,
Mhm.
because they can't be in the middle on anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. And we were talking about this off air.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you're transgender, great, but like meet us in the middle on this. Don't have that, a male competing with women.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean you're anti-transgender. I'm fine. I'm fine with it, except for one thing. I'm not doing the pronouns.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it. We had a
nobody is.
transgender. So my wife's like, transgender friend coming over. It's they's coming. Set the table.
boy.
So I put out 4 plates. She goes, "Why'd you put 4 plates?" I said, "You said they's coming. 2 people." No, 1. She says, "Stay." I said, "What is this? An Abbott and Costello routine?" I'm like, "Who's they?" You got to call it they. I don't call it it.
Right.
I don't. What? Forget it.
Right.
Cancel the dinner. We'll just have a Zoom, and we'll eat burritos on a Zoom. Okay, so anybody listening, guess what? Two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, you can believe in part of an issue and not another part of an issue, and be a fine human being.
That's not part of the rules, Paul.
Well, you're wrong, and I don't want to be here because you're evil and you don't agree with me.
I need division in America.
Speaking of transgender.
Yeah, it's been a while. What do we got from TikTok?
No, this is a Democratic representative, Sarah McBride from Dawn.
Delaware, local story technically.
She
Get ready for this, Paul.
She calls Republicans weird and bizarre.
Yeah. This is a guy right here pretending to be a girl.
We will not take a lecture on decorum from a party that incited an insurrection. I appear to live rent-free in the minds of some of my Republican colleagues. I wish that they would spend even a fraction of the time that they spend thinking about me, thinking about how to lower the costs for American families. I wish they would spend a fraction of the time that they spend thinking about me, figuring out how to make government actually work better, rather than making it work worse in order to prove that government can't work. They are obsessed with culture war issues. The Republican Party is obsessed with culture war issues. It is weird and it is bizarre. And the American people deserve serious legislators, serious elected officials who are focused on bringing people together to deliver real results for the American people.
Now, well, if you excuse me, I have to powder my Adam's apple.
You know, that was a great line. It's just amazing is I don't think about you. I'm just sick of you thinking about yourself all the time.
Yeah.
And then telling me what I need to think of you.
Yeah.
Stop. I don't know, Paul, if you're this way or not, but I don't go around and tell people that I'm a straight, white, cis, heterosexual male. I just say, hey, I'm Nick.
That's weird because when I called you, that's how you picked up the phone. And
I did. I made you acknowledge me as he/him on the phone. And then I put it on speaker and I had you do it again for my wife.
And your attorney.
And my attorney, who's actually busy working on a merger and an acquisition right now.
By the way, not to get too graphic and too personal, but Miss McBride, Dawn, has she had the full surgery? Because it looks like she has boobs.
I don't know. And the thing is,
She's got Mayor Pete's fake chest feeding.
I was going to
kit.
say, they could be that. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But Paul's right.
Like
There's-
Greg doesn't have that at home. He traipses around in it.
Excuse me while I
It's
powder my
Saucy
ass.
Saturday with Greg.
It's true.
By the way, do you have any powder? Because everybody says my head always shines too much in the studio with the lights. So
I put baby powder on. That's all I use.
Yeah?
I'm serious.
Yeah?
I go crazy.
Are you a Johnson & Johnson
Oh,
guy?
my God, yeah, because my dad used to use it. I love the smell of it, and I load
Yeah.
up. I put a lot down, you know.
Right,
I
yeah.
do like a LeBron. I just
Yeah. Well, I do that after I get the Gold Bond medicated, the green
Oh,
bottle.
no, you can't use it. No, that gets in the wrong place. It's fire in the hole.
Oh,
You do not want
but the burning sensation feels good initially.
fire in
You know,
the hole.
it's like sweet and sweaty wings. You get,
I put so much on that my boys, they look like two little powdered Dunkin' Munchkin donuts.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, look. Oh, we're gonna need the fader.
You'll never eat donuts again.
Yeah. We need my drop fader up here. I was gonna work in a little Joy Reid because you had two little munchkins, right?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. Well, or
Donut
Joy Reid
holes.
or Joy would say
Big balls.
Yeah. Well, and then if you don't shave them,
Hairy balls.
yeah. Thank you, Dana Bash.
Oh, my God, that's the best. Yeah. That is the best.
Citywinery.com/Philadelphia, Saturday, March 29, 7:30 p.m. You know, one of the things that you're interested in is this political correctness world. It's today, I think it's kind of rebranded as, woke and the cancel culture. Political correctness, I felt like that was the terminology, late 80s, early 90s. And Cracker Barrel, of all places, is dealing with political correctness and cancel culture. And it's coming from the folks at PETA over the egg prices and these egg taxes. 50 cents if you want. And, Waffle House did one thing and Cracker Barrel's doing the opposite.
You know what would be really great? Sorry.
Yeah.
If you egged a PETA person's house, they would freak out. They would have a heart attack.
They would.
right.
They would. They would lose their ever-loving minds.
Nobody can afford to do that, though.
No,
It's
it's
way
too expensive. Yeah, $6 for a dozen. It's outrageous. So, I mean, where do you think we are with this political correctness
Well, it's
today?
funny because I think comedy clubs and comedy shows are actually great focus groups. Because I feel like wherever you are around the country, you're going to get a representation, different races, creeds, colors, socioeconomic status. So you can get a sense of the electorate. And what I'm finding is, because people ask me, like, is it hard to, you got to watch? No, I think stand-up, frankly, is one of the art forms where you can push back on that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think, you should be able to, just be politically incorrect to just be politically incorrect. Then you're like a 12-year-old boy, being dirty or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think the pendulum needs to swing back into the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we need to stop trying to catch each other in moments because you want to shine yourself. Like, oh, what did he mean by that?
Right.
Reading into it.
Let's end his livelihood.
Yeah, my wife and I because it's happening in real life. My wife and I, this is all true, walking our dog in Central Park. It's a law. You're supposed to have your dog on a leash after 9 a.m. in the parks in New York. We did. This guy's dog wasn't on the leash, really big dog, kids around, scaring people. And my wife, who's like the sweetest person in the world, just said to the guy, excuse me, sir, your dog, it should be on a leash. There's kids and everything. And he goes like this. Why? Because it's a pit bull? Like implying that we were like white racist toward pit bulls? I'm like, no, because it's got a baby in its mouth, okay? Because it has prison tattoos, it's smoking Chesterfields, and it's got a switchblade, okay? Can we just stop?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
This last one, my wife, see, I tend to confront because I think if I say something, a switch goes off and I'm going to change people's behavior, but then I end up stepping into a bigger pile of you-know-what. But like, so I'm in Walmart because I'm successful. And
well, it's Greg's favorite retailer. Greg goes there at 2 in the morning wearing sweatpants and Crocs.
When I said hi to him, I thought I sent the Walmart cologne, which is deep fryer oil.
No, it's just Tommy Hilfiger.
So, do I have time for this?
Yeah, absolutely. You got all the time. We don't hit breaks.
So, I'm at the counter picking up a package. The guy in front of me is picking up his package. Woman behind the counter hands him the package, and she goes, here you go, honey. Sign here, honey. Have a nice day, honey. And the guy goes like this. I have honey at home for my tea. When you call me honey, I feel that's verbal sexual assault. Oh. And I snapped and I went, you're an a-hole. And I started screaming at him in Walmart. I go, what? He goes, why? I go, what do you mean, what? Like, what are you doing? She's trying to make your day better. It's raining out. And you're going to ruin it with this overly sensitive, well, I felt it was verbal assault. No. That's not verbal assault. This is verbal assault. You're a pathetic man that should live alone and never procreate and just live with cats, and even they don't like you. That's verbal assault.
This is why Greg shops at Target.
You can't go to Walmart.
Yesterday, President Trump held a news conference, I guess, took questions. Who was he with? He was with somebody in the some dignitary.
The Prime Minister of Ireland.
No, that was
Ireland was
yesterday.
day before.
Yeah,
I'm losing track. I needed a week off like Lawrence O'Donnell.
Cut 12. Cut 12 here, Phil.
That was hilarious.
Cut 12 here, Phil. This is on Canada because this war now between Canada and the United States and the tariffs and I guess Lutnick and who's the Ontario Prime Minister, Ford, they met and they are working things out as we speak. But they asked questions about Canada.
He was with Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO.
Thank you, Dawn. Fact checking me. I like it. Roll it.
Finance minister are in town and will meet members of your administration during the day. Any chances that you will ban on the tariffs on aluminum and the ones that are planned for April 2nd?
No.
You are not going to change your mind?
No, look, we've been ripped off for years, and we're not going to be ripped off anymore. No, I'm not going to bend at all. Aluminum or steel or cars. We're not going to bend. We've been ripped off as a country for many, many years. We've been subjected to costs that we shouldn't be subjected to. In the case of Canada, we're spending $200 billion a year to subsidize Canada. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. I have many friends in Canada. The great one, Wayne Gretzky, the great. How good is Wayne Gretzky? He's the great one. But we have, I know many people from Canada that are good friends of mine. But, the United States can't subsidize a country for $200 billion a year. We don't need their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't need their lumber. We don't need anything that they give. We do it.
Yeah, or their beer.
Yeah, trashy beer. Sorry, Labatt. Sorry, Molson.
Yeah, and no energy. I got to say this too. Crown Royal.
Never liked it.
No,
overrated.
Never
it's
been a fan.
overrated.
Yeah.
100%.
It's low rent.
It is.
The
yeah.
little pouch comes in nice.
Yeah.
Is it a little
pouch.
purple drawstring bag?
I have a user.
the drawstring.
You think Gretzky was sitting there going, "Don't say my name. Don't say my name. Don't say my name."
Oh, he did it.
Oh God.
Because apparently they're really people are pissed at Gretzky because he's not speaking out against this whole thing and whatever.
It's really remarkable that if I were to say like in the sports world, hey, your favorite football team is going to try to get a player on a really good contract for your favorite team, you would be rooting for that, right? Any other walk of life, we're going to try to get the best of the deals. You'd be like, yeah, man, let's do it. No matter what you're rooting for, no matter what your allegiances are to. Yet half of the country is rooting against their own country getting the best of a trade deal because they just have to disagree with every single thing that comes out of that man's mouth. It's really fascinating. Like, there are people, I truly believe this, that they will try to argue that today is not Friday if Trump says today is Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they'll indict him for it.
Yeah, and I think it's where we are, and people, that's insecurity, and just because it's easier to just go, I'm in my tribe, and so whatever that person says in the other tribe, it's just we shut it
The
down.
tribalism is just never been more tribal.
Yeah, and it's like life lives in the gray area, the nuance of life, and nobody wants to live in that area because it takes too much thought, right? Like, it's just like, oh, wait, I got to really work through this logic in my head, and but I also heard him say, like, he's gonna keep Canada if we get which I love. They're gonna change it though, like, oh, Canada, we folded like a house of cards.
If you were to rank all the scams in the history of civilization, Canada's got to be in the top 5, right? I mean, just the concept of Canada, just a scam.
Yeah, somebody says, oh, I live in Toronto. You mean mini New York?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Trump was talking yesterday about Canada and a few other things as far as, I think, Greenland, and he started talking about the proverbial line. And he's like, it's a beautiful line, and it's right in the middle of the land, and it separates America from Canada, and it would make more sense if above the line was the 51st state, and it was the most simplistic, elementary explanation, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, he's not wrong.
Yeah, or even better if we paved over the line and we put up shopping centers. All with Target, so Greg could shop wherever he wants.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Left
that.
to right on the North American continent.
Speaking of Greenland, and then we should take a break. Trump on Greenland. Are we going to take over Greenland just like we're going to take over Canada? Roll it.
And you have ships all over the place, and we have to have protection. So we're going to have to make a deal on that. And Denmark is not able to do that. Denmark's very far away and really has nothing to do. What happens? A boat landed there 200 years ago or something, and they say they have rights to it. I don't know if that's true. I don't think it is, actually. But we've been dealing with Denmark, we've been dealing with Greenland, and we have to do it. We really need it for national security. I think that's why NATO might have to get involved in a way, because we really need...
Yeah, it's so hilarious when you think about Canada, you think about Greenland, you talk about making it the 51st state, calling Justin Trudeau the governor. With all of these crazy ideas that are at least worth discussing and entertaining the idea of, and then having some laughs about it, nothing will crack me up more than when he rebranded the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and then the AP doesn't play along with it, so they get the semi boot, from some settings. It's
he's having fun. He's sitting in there going, let's just what would be cool? Let's call it the Gulf of America and watch your heads explode, and then it just happens, and then like this Greenland thing. It's like, listen, I get it, they're upset, but on the other side of it, anybody out there, I want you to call everybody you know. I want you to talk to your family. Tell me if you know anybody that said, honey, we should go to a vacation in Greenland. No. And therefore they should be taken over. Because it's like, what's
right.
I don't know what's there.
I don't either.
Precious, rare and precious minerals.
Oh,
really?
Apparently, yeah. That's what they want.
Yeah. They seem to be everywhere.
They're everywhere.
Except here.
Do you have precious and rare minerals?
We've got the oil, and everybody's got everything else.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, 855-839-1210, the phone number. You can hit us up on social media. Let your comments fly in the YouTube chat. Paul Mercurio will stay with us for the rest of the show, or whenever he just feels like he's had enough and he wants to get the hell out of here. That's fine as well. Permission to Speak. It's coming up Saturday, March 29th, 7:30 p.m. at the City Winery, Philadelphia. You can get your tickets, citywinery.com/Philadelphia. I also want to get your thoughts on some of the stuff you've done at Comedy Central. And also, you were on the Late Show with Colbert last week?
Yeah, I just made another stand-up appearance on it. Yeah,
okay.
It was fun.
Our audience are big fans of Colbert.
Yeah, no, I know.
They love Colbert.
I literally was lying in bed. I'm not kidding you. In my hotel room going, I think I'm going to text Nick and tell him not to mention the Late Show. And of course, you would have mentioned it anyway.
I mention everything on this show.
Oh,
No-
my God. I am not getting you powder for your bald head.
That's right. All right, Kayal and Company, we continue with Paul on the other
By
side.
the way, because I go on the show doesn't mean I'm the liberal guy.
No.
I got to make a living.
Yeah, look, if Colbert wants to have Kayal and Company on, we'll go on.
Yeah.
We'll go on there.
I got to feed the family.
Somebody's got to promote the show around
Got to
here.
get hookers. I got to
Yeah.
make the money.
There you go. Let's tell you about the Honda Prologue from Piazza Auto Group. Recently test drove their first all-electric SUV. It's got a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads worry-free with 3 charging options to choose from, including the portable charging kit for where you're on the go. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details, and shop online right now at piazzahonda.com and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
There's a time and place for everything.
848, Kayal and Company, as we continue. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Paul Mercurio in studio with us here on a Friday morning. Time and place for everything. Agreed. We'll get back to all the big stories of the day coming up as the cut sheet continues. As Paul will be here in Philadelphia for Saturday, March 29th. Permission to speak and what people are saying. The Wall Street Journal says, quote, better than any fiction, stories were genuine yet unbelievable. A show that's fun and celebrates the human condition. I connected with the stories and the people telling them. Unforgettable. Fox also says, quote, displays how funny and revealing we all are and brings people together in a compassionate, fun way. It belongs on TV so everyone can experience it. We need a show like this now. It's the damnedest thing. They've been saying that about Kayal and Company on the radio. So it's unbelievable. But you are doing it in a way where, you know, okay, somebody on the right, somebody on the left, and it's kind of like, well, then we actually all realize that, yeah, we have our differences, but there's more commonalities amongst all of us than the media and the politicians want us to lead us on to believe, right?
Absolutely. The show came out of doing what they call crowd work, where you just start talking to somebody for a second and then you go into a bit. But I was starting to ask second, third, and fourth questions, and you know, and Dawn and I were just talking about this off air. You get to that third or fourth question, and then you really get some gold. And the premise is that we all have a story. We're nameless, faceless, disconnected, and divisive. But if we get together, have fun, and tell stories, we realize we have more in common than we think, and maybe we don't have to be so divisive. It's not a political show.
Mm-hmm.
It's on my agenda. It's just we're hanging out in somebody's giant basement, having drinks, telling stories, because people have amazing stories.
Sure.
Everybody out there listening, trust me, you have a story. And so there's a lot of my stand-up in it. It's not just the audience. I'm doing a lot of my stand-up. There's a confessional from a church on stage, and all this other stuff. So like, for example, and then what's happening after the show is people are connecting. Like, they're going up to each other. Like, you'll go on stage and you'll say something, and they'll be like, oh, you know, I was a high school basketball champ too, blah, 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 whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just get stories. The other thing is, I think we live in our silos and we live our lives, and sometimes we need to look up and see how other people live their lives.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You don't need to agree with it, but
Right.
just like expand your horizons. So, for example, I said to a guy, "You look like you're in a bad mood. What's going on?" He goes, "Yeah, I just broke up with my girlfriend." He's like a 30-something guy. I think he's from the Bronx or something. He goes, what happened? He goes, "Well, she wouldn't listen to me." I go, "What happened?" He goes, "I told her not to shoplift at CVS." Wait, what? Did you say at CVS? He goes, "Yeah." What are you talking about? "Well, I taught her how to shoplift." Anyway, what? Wait, come back. Now the audience is like, "What is going on?" He goes, "Yeah, I steal stuff. That's how I make money. I shoplift, and then I sell it, and I keep some stuff. I've been stealing stuff since I was 12. Like I would steal bikes in the neighborhood and sell them back to the kids I stole them from, or I beat them up. But now people's heads are exploding, and he's doing this with no self-awareness. Like he's not trying to be funny, and he thinks it's normal. I go, "What happened?" He goes, "Well, so she sees me getting nice stuff. She starts nagging me, teach me how to shoplift." And he says, "I'm not going to teach you how to shoplift because you're going to shoplift at stupid places like CVS, when you should be doing it at Saks." And he's not saying don't shoplift. He's saying if you're going to do it in the right place.
Yeah,
right?
shoot your shot, but aim high.
Aim high, right?
Yeah.
It's like I trained you well.
I know,
Right.
exactly.
Right.
It's like a Jedi thing. and so it was so pure. So the end of the story is like, "What happened?" He goes, "Sure enough, I teach her. First place she goes to, CVS.
Yeah.
I get a phone call, middle of the night. She's arrested for lipstick in a hand mirror." I go, "What happened?" He goes, "I had to go down there, back of the squad car. We got in a huge argument.
Yeah.
I broke up with her." "Where?" He goes, "In the back of the squad car. Screw this. I don't need this aggravation." And so, he ended up like being the star of the night. And he thought it was normal. So we're having a lot of fun with it. And just people are bringing great stories. And it's got it ends up having a cool vibe to it. It's stand-up meets sort of crowd work on steroids.
Right.
I'm not making fun of anybody. That's not the thing. Like, it's really about, like, I say to them in the beginning, no judgment, say whatever you want.
Right.
Because I think people want and some people need to tell their story. I think people feel unheard.
Sure.
And so this is kind of a place to do that, have a bunch of laughs, and buy my T-shirt so my kid could get a kidney that he needs. If you care about kids having kidneys, if you don't, then stay home.
Yeah,
okay?
we sell Kayal and Company T-shirts here.
Yeah.
It's gone to my daughter's braces bill.
What's the site? Citywinery.com, right?
Citywinery.com/Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm telling everybody on the YouTube chat that's loving what Paul's doing, please go out and support him, buy tickets, and
Thank you.
Let's have a 1210 show up.
Yeah.
There.
You want to continue with the cuts?
Yeah,
Okay.
Paul, do you being a comedian, I assume you fly occasionally?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Maybe to Ireland, see Rosie.
God. I would rather the plane go down.
Oh my God.
Is it me? Because I don't fly often. Is it me, or has flying become like the city bus?
It's just a pain in the ass now.
Yeah, it's
Who brought the chicken on?
Exactly. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see some of these videos. This is a woman who was detained by a fellow passenger after smoking on a plane. She has one of those scarves on her head. And she's like taking it out and smoking and then blowing the smoke out and putting her mask back on. You have to see this video. It is like you would not.
Yeah.
When I say the city bus, that might be being kind.
This is 2025,
Yeah.
folks. This is not 1991.
It's not the city.
No, I'm sorry, Don. What?
No, it's not the city bus here in Philadelphia.
Right.
Our city buses have bulletproof
That's
glass
true. That's
for our
absolutely
bus drivers.
That's absolutely true.
Because of the shooting.
It's safer on the city bus. Roll this. Yeah. See if she has blowing some smoke. I mean, are you like? And then somebody takes it and she lights a lighter and she starts.
Oh my gosh!
Look at this. They're taking her lighter away.
Unbelievable.
Trying to set the plane on fire.
I'm telling you, if a woman dressed like that with a lighter, I would. They should have tackled her.
Ironically,
that.
that is.
And are they pouring the water on to douse it?
Douse it.
To douse it.
Yes. I'd like to know how the lighter even got through.
Exactly.
Through TSA
It's a great
screening,
question, yeah.
right?
I had a
Great
nail
question.
clipper that was too big and they took it away.
Yeah,
I'm going to go crazy and rip people's shoes off and start just clipping nails.
Amazing. You can get lighters on a plane, but you can't get a Trump hat on it.
Hey, you like business class? Give me a shoe. I'm cutting your toenails.
It's unreal.
The irony of that is that was such a tense moment on the plane. Everybody lit up to relax.
It's a stressful situation, right?
Again, like, did she get some dumbest human being on the planet?
Yeah.
How do you think you're not going to get caught?
I know. I know.
I know a lot of people, the whole smoking thing has kind of gone away. I think it's like 9% of Americans actually still smoke cigarettes today. But did you ever notice, because my parents, both of them were cigarette smokers. My mom eventually quit before she passed away 8 years later. My dad smoked till he died. And you ever notice how irritated and agitated they can become when they've gone a longer stretch than normal without firing up a lung dart? It's and you can just see it coming, and it starts to escalate, and they've got no tolerance or patience for anything. And then as soon as they get it, whether it's indoors or outdoors, it's like they just were cured of every disease they've ever had.
Oh, I didn't mean that you were the worst thing that happened to me. I'm sorry, honey. Like that. It was like being hangry, right? Like it's
their addiction orgasm. Yeah. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen.
So my Uncle John was a dentist, right? And he smoked Viceroys, chain smoker.
Yep.
And he would work on you while he was smoking. So I'm not making this up. They have that plastic bib.
Yeah.
So he has you go back. Now, so you're basically lying prone.
Mm-hmm.
And he would always rant about politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he'd have the Viceroy in his mouth, and it's lit, and it's in his mouth, and he's like, and then every time his lips move, the thing's moving.
Yeah.
And the smoke's going in his eye. So he's really only working on you with one eye, which is right. And it's like, politicians, nobody better. And he would never flick the cigarette, so the ash would get longer, and then at some point, from the movement of his lips, the ash would fall on your bib and burn a hole in your bib, and the bib would catch on fire.
The good old days.
I know.
That's how you smoke on a plane, lady.
I want to go back to those days. I miss those days.
But she doesn't even go to the bathroom like most people.
Yeah.
No.
Doesn't even hide it.
This American Airlines passenger started throwing punches at a flight attendant after claiming he was followed by demons onto the flight.
Yeah, this guy swallowed rosary beads.
I'm telling you guys, this is like the mentally insane are flying next
No,
to
no. I have the story.
Yeah.
Do you have the full description, guys?
Yeah, the man, I'm going to mispronounce it. Let's just call him...
Crazy dude.
Yes. Swallowed rosary beads during the incident to use as a, quote, weapon of strength in the spiritual warfare. He claimed he was going to Haiti to flee religious attacks of spiritual nature. The flight had left from Savannah, Georgia, and was heading to Miami, Florida, but was forced to return to Savannah. The man's sister says the outburst was justified because, quote, he hurt anyone because he hurts evil. I don't know what that means.
I mean, forget life vests at this point. I think all airlines should be giving us straight jackets that come along with our flotation device.
There should be a mental acuity test before you go on.
They make you clean up your space and give you your garbage. You might as well just each have a straight jacket. And if you see a nut in there, you just put them in it.
Forget having an undercover fed on these flights. We need psychiatrists. Unbelievable.
There's flotation devices and straight jackets in case you guys need.
Use whatever you need.
Some zip ties.
Some zip. Exactly. All right. Let's youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. Roll it. Look at this guy.
This Savannah flight bound for Miami hit turbulence just moments after takeoff, and we're not talking about the skies.
Myself and my friend were talking. We're like, we could have to take this guy down.
Started violently shaking and screaming moments
Crocodile
after
Dundee.
takeoff. Rosenberg says the crew and passengers initially thought Augustin was having a seizure.
He started stomping his feet violently, like heavily, and screaming. It was kind of a chant. He was talking about devils and possession and it was like, you have to kind of see it to believe it. Destroyed this other man's seat. Like, he kicked it and punched it and just buckled the seat completely over. He just charged the front doors of the plane, like swinging wildly.
That's when Rosenberg, his friend, and another man took Augustin down. Rosenberg says Augustin swallowed rosary beads while on the ground and was gripping onto his sister during the takedown.
She had a bun in her hair, and he grabbed hold of her bun in her hair, and he grabbed hold of her pants and wouldn't let her go. So they tased him once, twice, 3 times.
Amazing.
He still didn't let go. At that point, they had to cut the woman's hair to make him let go.
Rosenberg says Augustin was arrested while his sister sang what sounded like hymns.
They were possessed. That was a very disturbing
Can you imagine being on this flight?
I've seen a lot of stuff in my life. That was probably the most disturbing thing I've ever seen.
I just want to go from Savannah to Miami. I don't need this.
I know.
Oh my God.
I said I wanted a haircut, but not like this.
This is why I'll travel via pontoon.
Who knew that they're serving rosary beads as snacks? Is it on the tray? They come by. Yeah, I'll have the rosary beads. I'll have bread,
Bloody Mary,
bread, wine. Wash my feet. It's called the Last Supper snack box.
Last Supper snack box.
I'll take a ginger ale and a book of hymnals.
And, the evil spirits came on. You know what they did? They had carry-on that didn't fit.
Oh, my God.
Even the evil spirits don't care about the rules.
True.
You know what I'm thinking of, too, with this going on, as these good Samaritans step in and you're a New Yorker, I'm having flashbacks to the subway with Daniel Penny and Jordan Neely.
Yeah.
I mean, because after that case, I mean, if you're one of these, like Greg said, if Crocodile Dundee gets involved here,
right,
he might end up being the one prosecuted and thrown in jail.
Right. Right.
While the nut job with the beads is like committing assault and yanking his sister's ponytail out.
And then, by the way, why doesn't this ever happen on my flights? My flights are boring.
And I fly trash. I mean, I fly Spirit, Frontier, and Allegiant. I'm always at the way at the end.
This is I got the boring. Can you order this when you book your ticket? I'll pay an extra $100 to like. Can I have the crazy smoking? No, you know what? I'm going to upgrade to the demon guy.
Do you want to fly first class coach or trash? Give me what's trash go for these days? $48 round trip. I'm in. Does that come with a seatbelt?
You mentioned the subway. It really is like the subway with wings.
Yeah, it is.
100% is.
Oh my God!
And now Southwest just got rid of the free bag thing. I just read in the last week or so.
You gotta pay.
Yeah, you got to pay now.
Like $1 billion of revenue.
Which I'm honestly surprised that it lasted that long.
Yeah.
In this economy, especially with the way everybody's just trying to make a buck these days. I can't believe they allowed that for free for so long.
This Massachusetts doctor is contemplating leaving the state because of his Cybertruck. Apparently, he owns a Cybertruck. This has got 22, Phil. And he's getting harassed so much. This is courtesy of Boston's 25 News. He's getting harassed so much because of his Cybertruck that he's contemplating leaving the state. Roll it.
Never imagined driving a Cybertruck. A Cybertruck will get you that much hate.
Not hate as in driving a steel origami is not my cup of tea, but hate as in maybe it's time to call the police.
Dr. DeRoche, I hope you kill yourself. Please do the world a favor. Have a horrible day.
Dr. Jarouche says he got that message Wednesday and that it followed a series of escalating attacks that center around his ownership of the Tesla and the fact it's wrapped in gold. Jarouche says to match the logo of his Southborough practice, Sculpting MD. But that's not apparently what his detractors think.
With the gold-wrapped Cybertruck, people think it's pure support for Musk and Trump.
Jarouche says the Cybertruck has always garnered attention, but in a playful sense.
They'll laugh at the truck, somebody give me thumbs up, somebody give me thumbs down.
But last Friday, he says his wife found a sticker pasted to the back of the Tesla, calling the doctor a Nazi.
That means that somebody's watching me. They're watching where I park my truck. They're watching my kids. They're watching my family. I was risky.
And he says things have only gotten worse. Social media threats, canceled appointments, and lately, fake reviews posted to Google.
I hope that will pass. I would love a civilized discussion.
But if it doesn't pass, Jarouche says it might just push the family to move out of state. Now, you might wonder why the doctor doesn't just trade that Cybertruck in. Well, he tried to do that. But the Tesla dealership won't take it back, and he also tried at a BMW dealership, and they were not interested in a trade-in.
Oh, my God.
Think about that.
That conversation at the Tesla dealership when he went in, he goes, "Hey, Joe, come here. The guy with a gold Cybertruck wants to trade it in." No, look at that thing. Like, what's the...
We don't want our dealership blowtorched. You know what is amazing is the party and the supporters of the party that support Hamas in Gaza are calling Trump and Elon Nazis and Hitler while they're supporting a group of terrorists with the same end goal that Hitler had. To kill and eradicate Jews who are actual terrorists.
Hostages.
Again, we go full circle here, back to Jasmine Crockett with the logic.
Yeah.
Makes no sense. Which, by the way, and if that doctor can't get, I'll gladly take the Tesla Cybertruck.
That way, first of all, it's a hideous truck. That is a hideous truck.
The color?
Yeah.
Everything about it is hideous.
It's a dumpster on wheels.
Exactly.
Aren't they cool though to drive?
What are they like inside? I can't look in the windows.
They're very futuristic.
Yeah.
I've
Are
heard.
they? They
I
got
don't
like
know.
a big
I have no
screen?
idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
You know, I'm telling you.
Do they have a cryogenic pod? Where you... It seems like it would.
Can you imagine living your life thinking because you have a vehicle made by a certain brand that you're supporting? It's just.
And by the way, aren't there more effective ways to voice? It's fine if you don't agree with Musk or Trump.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Aren't there more effective ways? I don't know. Speech, words on a piece of paper. Like what are they sitting in their basement going? We could protest or go on social media. No, let's break the antenna on a car. That'll show them.
Let's rip off those tires.
Oh God.
Which, by the way, if you can afford the Cybertruck, you can afford to replace the tires.
Yeah.
So you're probably not really doing a major disservice to somebody that has one.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of really crazy laws in Los Angeles, and this has got one, Phil. This is a Simpsons producer, Rick Polizzi. I've been sitting on this for like a week, who was forced to demolish his 24-year-old Simpsons-inspired treehouse.
This is a sin.
After the city of Los Angeles demanded he permit it like a single-family dwelling.
A treehouse.
It's a treehouse.
So it's a treehouse.
Yeah, it's like Marvin Harry in Home Alone. He's going to call the cops, Marv. What, from a treehouse?
Base after the Simpsons, treehouse. And L.A. was like, nope, you're taking this down. Roll this.
I'm Rick Polizzi. We are out here today because the treehouse that I built with a carpenter friend 24 years ago is coming down.
You can hear them working on it.
The city has started a criminal trial on it, and that trial is on Wednesday.
Criminal trial!
The city is going to make me pay for court costs.
And they're taking the dog.
It's just kind of being a bully. And so I'm taking it down. We're paying for it to get taken down, so they dismiss the charges. I do not want to go to court on Wednesday, so that's why this is all coming down. Been a lot of people, and that's been great to hear how many people it affected. And we're here at Halloween. We did a big Halloween display called Boney Island, and everybody's been coming by. Grown-up people saying, I was here when I was, 12 and 13, and that's nice to hear. And you have fond memories of the treehouse, and I'm thrilled to hear that. I'm glad they got to experience it. When I moved in, I just saw these 3 trees in a triangle, and I thought we could build something cool in it, maybe.
Tear it down!
Started a platform and kept going up.
Take the tree out, too.
All right, there you go.
Did the neighbor complain?
Are they shooting porn in it? Boney Island? There's so many things.
Hey, better in a treehouse than a church.
Oh, man.
Wow. Touche. How quickly they turn. Nice to have you here. Knife in the back an hour later.
So to recap Los Angeles in a nutshell, they don't prosecute crime. They don't clean up the homeless. The mayor goes to a third world country as a wildfire breaks out. But they will yank that treehouse down quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
looters.
I mean, have you seen the 10 cities on the underpasses there?
Yeah.
They all have permits.
Yeah, they do.
The homeless,
Thank you.
Yes, you can get a permit with or without a urinal, whatever you want.
But where do they go when they host the Super Bowl in Los Angeles? I always wonder how they all just disappear. It's amazing.
They
Look at
get
the
put in a
poop
giant Cybertruck in there. They throw them bits of food, powdered donuts.
Powdered donuts.
I got to
or
get
powdered.
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing, though?
You say whatever you'd like.
Really, you got to have a treehouse. You're an adult.
That is a little odd, isn't it?
And then to get that upset about it.
Yeah. And it's in L.A., so there's probably people that have been to that treehouse and Epstein Island.
Ew.
That's hilarious.
I mean, I don't know what adults are doing up in a treehouse, but it's probably not trading baseball cards.
Well, they're playing Boney Island, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, can I ask you a question? Was that was after the fires? So they
I'm
had
not
all
sure.
those looters and
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Does anybody see the irony that a house in a tree did not catch fire?
Yeah.
But all the houses on the ground did?
Only that treehouse and Sylvester Stallone's house survived. Everything else got torched. Poor Pacific Palisades.
Speaking of Los Angeles, Bill Maher admits to Kid Rock he doesn't know if we'll ever see a Democrat president again.
Okay.
Roll this. Oh, wait. That's my fault. Hang on. Start it over. There you go.
This is a great conversation. Bill's got the tequila. Kid Rock's got a couple of beers.
There. Getting you started over, Philip?
Yeah, let's re-rack this. Was this recorded with a xylophone?
Yeah.
So they convince themselves.
What does he have in his right hand, by the way?
A blunt. A joint, yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's got the mute button, apparently.
I don't know if we'll ever see a Democrat president again, because I just don't think they are of a mind that that can happen without it ruining the country. So they convince themselves they have to do it.
Yeah.
They don't want to do it. They just have to do it because otherwise a Democrat. That's
What does monkey do too?
There you go.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, of course, we'll see another Democrat as president one day. But, you've got Gavin Newsom, who's now doing conservative podcasts as a guest. You've got Cuomo. I mean, by the way, they're going to – so let me get this straight, because Dawn's husband is doing mornings up in New York and has to talk about this probably on a daily basis. So your city is going to go from de Blasio to Adams on the mayor level, and then they're going to go from Cuomo to Hochul at governor, and then Cuomo's going to wrap back around and now become the next mayor and replace Adams. It's like a Venn diagram of Democrat dumbness.
As
I don't
an
get
Italian, I could say, I like the choice with Andrew Cuomo. Listen.
And he's going to win.
I want him. Eric Adams is a crook. He's dirty. He's an idiot. He's not even a good, dumb idiot crook. He's just he can't even not get caught. Like, he's so... Cuomo's going to come in, and he's just going to go nuts and clean everything up and have some people killed because he's Italian. And I can say that because I'm Italian.
And his weapon is COVID. He's going to kill your grandmother in that nursing home.
Put you in a nursing home.
That's right.
I actually like it. You think it's a bad move that he becomes mayor? I think it'd be a good mayor.
It'd be great. It'd be great content for us. We'll talk about that like we're in New York.
Isn't it wild that he's the one who looks good?
Yeah, I
Cuomo
know.
looks good.
Yeah.
Compared to the other option.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, Eric Adams, he said, by the way, it's the damnedest thing. You speak about these mayors. So in Philadelphia, we have Sherelle Parker, who looks like Tracy Morgan, the comedian.
Stop.
Yet Eric Adams...
I'm going to get you pregnant.
Eric Adams sounds like Tracy Morgan.
He does.
If we could just put them in merger and acquisitions... He'd have a younger, healthier, rebooted Tracy Morgan. God rest the fact that he's got to deal with the health issues that he had. Speaking of comedians, I teased this before. This audience, usually they won't join us right at 6 o'clock. They're still asleep because they stayed up all night to watch Colbert, Kimmel, Fallon.
I got to go.
What was it like being on the show? And tell us about your last appearance in the last week.
Yeah, it's great. A lot of panties were thrown by the women. Well, okay, adult diapers, but it's really cool. It's a great venue to do stand up in terms of. So there's it's the Ed Sullivan stage where the Beatles played and everything. So it's an open audience. You can see them. There's no cameras between you and the audience.
Yeah.
A lot of times when you do sets like on the Tonight Show or whatever, there's like all the cameras around you and the audience is behind them. So it's really great. And then you come out and the set timed out at like 4 minutes in the clubs. And it ended up at 7 minutes on the show because you got to add applause and all that other stuff that, we love you.
Uh-huh.
And then, I got to do some of the stuff I wanted to do. Like there was one thing I wanted to do was talking about being the guy in the middle and can we just stop being at each other's throat. And then the last joke, Steven came up to me and he said, I didn't see that last joke coming. It was
Yeah.
I don't know if you probably didn't see it, but it was the joke. I'll just do the joke. So basically, this actually happened. I'm walking up 8th Avenue and I heard two guys walk by me and one of them says to the other guy, yeah, so my uncle and me are doing a three-way with this stripper. And I'm like, geez, unbelievable. It's my uncle and I.
Trust you.
A man after my own heart.
If you could be here for every time I do not use words in the right context and get corrected.
That's why we have a grammar jar.
It is unbelievable.
You have a great
I could go on an 8-minute monologue and nobody will hear a word I say. But damned if I get the ran versus run wrong. It's like
the present participle
it's like
police
a
come out.
5-alarm fire in here.
Conjugation issues.
Conjugation issues, big time.
All right, we need to break.
All right, one more segment coming up with the cut sheet. We're going to get to the big three, all the bells and whistles. And then I've got to ask you about all of the people. You've been with Paul McCartney. We've got a lot of music people on this show. Greg and Phil are big music guys. I'm going to ask you, who is the coolest individual? Because you've been all over the country with many people and many endeavors and many venues. Who's the coolest person you ever had to sit down with, join, do comedy with? I just want to get into that because I'm sure you've met a lot of really impressive people, including Sir Paul. All right, we'll continue Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, if you hear a squeal or a grinding noise, do not wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. Kayal and Company, back after this.
We are already having spring-like weather, 70 by next Wednesday, mid-60s for the weekend. Makes me think about my lawn and my lawn care service. Man, am I glad I have Natural Lawn of America. Doesn't it make sense when you're looking out there and you're choosing a new lawn service to hire a company that's going to provide better results and is actually safer for your family, for your kids, for your pets? That's why my husband and I chose Natural Lawn of America in the first place years ago. That's my lawn care company. They're awesome. Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without all those harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products that are going to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and your pets. From the organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. So don't just take my word for it. Join the growing number of homeowners switching right now to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full service program today. Do this. You get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn, plus the free seeding, call them. Natural Lawn, 800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE SEED, 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right. Try and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. CNC's offer goes until the end of March, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations only through March 31st.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start at PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient at PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's Business Solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/apply. That's ethos.com/apply.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:23. It's a Friday morning. Paul Mercurio in studio with us. He will be at the City Winery coming up Saturday, March 29th, 7:30 p.m. It's his show, Permission to Speak. Get your tickets today, citywinery.com/Philadelphia. Dawn's Big Three coming up here in a moment. So you've been in front of Paul McCartney. I mean, that's about as big as it gets, as cool as it gets. I'm just curious, with all of your travels, all the shows, all the networks, all the different venues, coolest experience you ever had? Person, place, whatever it might be.
Spooning with Pee Wee Herman.
I figured that was it.
You know, it's how I roll.
You know, his sister's also a lawyer, Pee Wee Herman's sister.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, she's a lawyer down in Nashville.
I did not know.
Yeah, she does family law.
Wow, seriously?
Yeah. Yeah.
Pee-wee said, "My, what big hands you have, Paul."
Yeah.
You do have big hands.
I only wish, Dawn. I only wish.
She's a kick-ass lesbian lawyer.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's serious.
Wow.
His sister did not notice, but Pee-wee did.
Yeah, that's. I would say, well, the first encounter with Leno was mine. Kind of in a previous segment on the show, we talked about meeting Leno for the first time and then him engaging me afterwards and calling me and then hiring me because I wasn't in comedy at all, and he was as big as you get. Like it was when he had the Tonight Show, he was like that. He was the guy. He had the #1 show in late night, and he's talking to me, like on a regular basis.
Right.
And then in terms of meeting people, Tom Hanks, really cool.
Yeah.
Scarlett Johansson.
Okay.
I will warn you, if you touch her, they will tase you.
Okay.
Apparently, it's got to be above the waist.
These stupid rules. Where do they come up with these ideas?
Come on, Dawn, you women with the don't touch me. Also, I grew up in New England. Sorry, I'm a Patriots fan.
Tommy.
Happy for your Eagles. I wanted them to win. I did. No, they're my news. I went to law school in D.C., so it's the Commanders and the Eagles that I'm rooting. Not because I'm here. I mean it.
And by the way, have you ever heard our mayor spell Eagles?
No.
I'm going to play this for you.
E-L-G-S-V-S, Eagles!
She's the elected mayor of Philadelphia.
It sounded like that congresswoman who was not Maxine Waters, the other one.
Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine Crockett?
Yeah. And then Paul McCartney was like surreal. I have a story how I got him on my podcast. I don't know if we have time to tell the story.
Right.
But,
And everybody has a podcast, right?
yeah, exactly.
We've realized that.
It's the law, but if we don't have time, I can do it another time. But
let's hold on to that story. We're going to get Dawn's big three here,
Yeah.
and then let's hear that story. Dawn Stensland with the latest in the world of news. It's time for her big three at 9:26.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Hamas just announcing that the terrorist group has accepted a proposal from mediators to release one living American Jewish hostage, as well as the bodies of 4 dual national hostages who have died in captivity. That's the word this morning. Hamas agreed to release the American, who's alive, they say. No word when this release of soldier Eden Alexander or the 4 bodies of those who were killed in captivity, died in captivity, when that's going to happen, but that's the statement, the latest that we're hearing. We know that President Trump has demanded they release all of the hostages and bodies remaining since October 7th. Still have hostages held by Hamas. So we've got
amazing.
that. I know. That's the latest announcement. President Trump, speaking of him, will push New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
In front of a train?
They're going to meet.
I'm sorry. I jumped the gun there. My fault.
They're meeting today, and he wants her to build this, continue on the plans to build this natural gas pipeline through upstate New York. When the two meet in D.C., they're meeting today. It's happening. So he wants to revive what's called the Constitution Pipeline, and it's a project, obviously, that was snuffed out by New York regulators back in 2016 over concerns that it would impact the clean water supplies. So he's meeting with Hochul. We'll see how it goes. I know that that's the beauty of us being live and local. So
I'm sure that'll be as effective as her meeting about congestion pricing, where he wanted to keep it, and he just was like, no.
Remember, she said it was initially a $0 tax. It was going to be 15, but we made it 9, so we saved you money.
Yeah, I can't stand it. It's all to go into the MTA, and I never see it as a user on the subway. I never see the benefits from it at all, and I'm paying for it.
Yep.
You pay for it. And they never did any kind of a cost study.
No.
So how do they prove that?
Right.
Didn't even do a study. They just said it was so.
Yeah.
Can we just have fire extinguishers so when people light other people on fire, we can put them out? How about that? Can I take like the surcharge that I'm paying in these taxis?
Sorry, Paul. It's bring your own fire extinguisher. All right?
Yeah, really.
You know what today is? It's Pi Day.
Yeah.
National celebration of the math concept.
3.14.
Oh, I thought you meant apple pie.
Yeah, so did I.
Pi is 3.14.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look
And
at you,
what
Kayal.
is that? What is that? The circumference of?
Oh boy.
Nick Kayal. What is it?
The fact that I even remembered 3.14. Can I just get off the hot seat for once in my life?
It's the circle's circumference. We're talking about the circumference. Okay.
Okay.
And also March 14th is also, I guess it's the birthday of Albert Einstein.
Is that true?
Allegedly.
Wow. Happy birthday.
So, but it's,
Mr.
you can get lots of free pie.
Yeah.
Like apple pie,
Well,
cherry pie.
Key lime pie,
Key lime.
super underrated.
Oh, no, too sour.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I like a little sour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I like lemon squares.
Lemon squares
are nice. My wife makes a nice lemon square with a little confectioner's sugar, which also looks like baby powder.
Yeah.
You with the baby powder.
You like baby powder.
Okay, but we're talking about
Paul's middle name is
Math.
Chafing.
We're talking about the Pi Day. It's a circle.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like a circle, and you bring up the one lemon square.
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
So
right.
You know what I'm
Sorry, I
saying?
missed
It's not
that.
Paul.
So you like your pizza? Do you like a Neapolitan circle or you like a Sicilian square?
Yeah, no, I it doesn't matter if it's square but here's the thing. New York pizza sucks.
What?
I grew up in Rhode Island. It's the best pizza.
Really?
New York, yeah, because here's the deal, people, and this is coming from 100% Italian, both sides.
Okay.
You cut me open, there's a meatball inside. Okay? When you lift up a slice of pizza, it should defy gravity. You can't have the point droop. That means the crust is not thick enough, and the proportion of crust to sauce to cheese is way off.
So you want no flop?
No,
No
you need
li-
no
we don't-
flop.
no, you
no
need a little
limp.
flop.
You
No.
don't want limp pizza.
What do you know? You're red and Irish. when
I go
when
both
it's
ways.
been St. Pat's, we'll talk about cabbage, Chachi. Back off.
St. Pat's is coming soon. Hey, we've got Kitchen Magic sponsoring us. Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. They're experts. Hey, they're going to guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultations, top-notch installation. And right now, you enjoy 40% off installation, 40% off the cost of installation. Visit them, kitchenmagic.com today. Enjoy the magic. Kitchenmagic.com. Thank you for sponsoring Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We will come back. We'll get that last story. What story were we going to
We can save it.
No,
Next time
I
come.
want to hear it just before we, unless you're in a hurry to get out of here.
No, we can save it. I don't want to. You
All
got
right.
other stuff to do.
All right, yeah, we have other stuff to do. Get out of here. Enough of this
No,
guy.
I'm going to
already.
stay. I'm going to stay.
This guy's been here for 2 hours. This is
I'm going to have a lemon square. Lemons, and I'm going to have pizza that doesn't flop,
Yeah.
Irish.
No flop. Make sure that crust is nice and stiff.
Shaunerio Flaherty.
Yeah. Permission to Speak. It's coming up Saturday, March 29th, 7:30 p.m.
Everybody go out and buy tickets right now.
That's correct.
Thank you.
citywinery.com/Philadelphia. Let's give it up for Paul Mercurio right here. Right
Am
now.
I leaving?
Yeah, I'm done with you. I've had enough.
I'll stay to the end.
Are you want to stay around?
Am I leaving?
Yeah, it's just, the hell with Phil. We get Phil and Jimmy every day. Let's bag
Oh, no,
all that
I'm sorry.
other
I don't want to
nonsense.
bounce anybody. All right,
Yeah,
thank
yeah,
you.
yeah,
No,
we're going to
no.
bag Phil.
No, I didn't.
I'm a little
I was
filled
joking.
out. I've
No.
had my
No,
fill.
No,
of
no, no.
Phil.
I'm going to go. Thank you, guys.
No, Nick did
You
not
guys figure it
understand.
out. I'm good
Nick-
with
We'll
whatever.
figure it
Nick
out.
did not understand the command here, so,
I'm good with
so
whatever.
you're hanging out to the end.
I got to be here for another 21 minutes
And then
anyway,
Dawn,
so-
and then Dawn is up.
All right.
We
Everybody,
like to finish.
stick around. We have something coming up. We'll figure it out. Stay right there.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When the stock market becomes too volatile, investors who try to get out are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers are not worried about market volatility.
Kathleen Rocket from Langhorne, PA. I've never liked the stock market, that it goes up and down, and seems to me it goes down more than it's up. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I benefit in the good times, and in the bad times, I'm not losing money. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. That's right, an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com now and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company, 9:39, Friday morning. We're going to get one last story from Paul coming up here in a moment. He just ran down to the kitchen to get some more water because we were commercial-free for over an hour, and Paul was amazed that we go commercial-free that long. And we also have the flag is back.
The flag is back.
Kayal and Company flag.
Woohoo!
As Jack from Lansdale returns the Kayal and Company flag. Jack, you are on camera right now on YouTube, so Jack, if you want to hold that flag up. Do you
Hold
have
it
the
up.
flag? There it is.
There you go.
He has returned it. And next week, Pretend Ozzy.
Pretend Ozzy coming in.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, Jack, by the way, your handle on YouTube or on Twitter is Angelo?
I have it as, yes, it's at JAngelo0087. JAngelo0087.
So is your name Jack or Angelo?
Jack.
Okay.
Angelo's the middle name.
Nice.
Not to be confused with a morning host by the name of Angelo that just recently retired, but we have Jack Angelo. I'm not going to say his last name on the air.
Where did we take the flag?
We went. I flew it on my flagpole out front.
I saw
my
that.
Trump flag. And,
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
And my American flag, of course.
Yep. You had Old Glory, followed by the Trump flag, followed by the Kayal and Company flag, from top to bottom.
Then I took it on a trip to Morristown, New Jersey.
Nice.
On the back of my truck.
Nice.
And it took a trip through the washing machine because it was dirty.
Oh, thank you very much. I was dead serious when I was hoping that you would do that.
He
and
washed
you did
it.
that.
He
Look at
washed
that.
it. Yeah.
Yes.
Did you ever take a shower and wrap yourself in it and walk around the house? It's see-through. Come on. Come on.
You want to scan my QR code? All right, very good, Jack. Thank you so much. We're going to hand that off next week to Pretend Ozzy. Paul, I want to get to that story of you and Sir Paul McCartney. You said that was probably the best story you could give us from all the people that you've met.
Yeah, it was surreal. He was on a show, and I was on a guest, but he was doing this big thing for the show. So he rehearses, and then I have to get into the studio, and I'm running late. So I round the corner, and standing in the hallway all alone is Paul McCartney, leaning against the wall, chewing gum, looking up at the ceiling like he's waiting for a bus. And he was all alone, which, normally they got managers and handlers and security, nothing, nobody, not a parrot on his shoulder, nothing. And I round the corner, and I see him, and my whole world slows down. I'm like, oh, my God, it's Paul McCartney. And I'm like, should I say hi? Should I not say hi? And I'm like, you know what? He's alone in a hallway with no security. He's like a gazelle on the Serengeti Plains. I'm a lion. I'm going to pounce, right? So I go up to him, and I go, it's an honor to meet you. So excited to see your performance. And I walk away. And he goes, wait, come back. I'm like, what? What do you want? Don't you have friends? Oh, George is dead. I'm sorry. Okay, whatever. But no. So he goes, what do you do? I go, I'm a stand-up. Oh, he goes, I love stand-up. What's your name, Paul? We start talking. You got a kid? I got a kid. Yeah, blah, blah. So 5-10 minutes go by. I'm talking to Paul McCartney like I'm talking to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And on the outside, I'm like, hey, I'm talking to Paul McCartney. On the inside, I'm like, I'm talking to Paul McCartney. Like, out of my mind, right? And I'm just trying to keep the conversation going. And as I'm talking to him, I'm getting closer and closer to his face because he's Paul McCartney, and I'm checking him out.
Yeah.
Because he looks amazing.
Yeah.
And I'm really close, and I have him pinned against the wall, and he can't get away. And at one point, I'm like 2 inches away. You ever seen those apes on the Discovery Channel? They clean fleas off each other?
Yeah.
I could have cleaned ticks off his eyebrows.
Right.
Like, that's how close I was. Right?
You're trying to kiss him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, and then I get this thought in my head, and I go, Paul McCartney should do my podcast.
Oh, my God.
Because I love to talk to musicians about how they make music because I'm
Yeah,
not musical.
right.
And he's a genius. So I said, would you do my podcast? And he goes, yeah, sure. Just like that.
Wow.
Now,
How long did you go for?
25 minutes.
Wow, that's good.
So here's what happens. I thought he was going to say no. Instead, he said yes. And I don't have a friggin' plan. So he goes,
Well,
how
that's
would
how
we
we
do
are
it?
every day.
He goes, how would we do it? I'm not making this up to be funny. This is what I sounded like. He goes, how would we do it? I'm like, and I started rubbing my right thigh like Rain Man, and I'm rocking back and forth like, I'll come to London. And he goes, we're in a room in New York together. Why would you come to London? And then he goes, is it easy to do? And I actually said to the most influential musician in the last century, oh, it's really easy. I don't want to be a bother. I know you're busy. You can do it on your phone naked from your toilet. I'm like, what am I saying? All right. So I'm like, all right, listen, I'm going to leave you alone. I'll find your assistant. We'll set it up. He goes, no, you and I will do it. I go, what do you mean? He goes, you and I will exchange phone numbers, but when I call you, you got to be ready to do it.
Right.
So he gives me his number. He does the show. I think he gives me a number to like a Chinese restaurant or something, right? He does the show. I do my thing. I'm running late, okay? My phone rings. I let it ring the voicemail, and this is the message on my phone.
Oh, he's got it saved. Here we go.
McCartney here. I'm going to ring you back in 5 minutes to do podcast thing. I've got some time now. Otherwise, I'm going to run out of time. So if you're there in 5 minutes' time, you got me. Okay, bye.
Wow. How about that?
He's very professional.
He is.
He's like, you got
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, that's what Trump told us back in May.
You know?
Wow.
I like how he felt he had to identify himself as Paul McCartney.
Yeah. Hi, Paul. It's Paul McCartney.
It's the other Paul.
Oh my God.
The Paul that you harassed.
Like as if you would think it was like a prank phone call or
Yeah.
a telemarketer.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You're not answering the phone. You
awesome.
wanted to kiss me. Now you're not answering the phone. Great stories, man. Thank you so much. Paul Mercurio
Thanks for having me,
coming
guys.
up, citywinery.com/Philadelphia, Saturday, March 29th, 7:30 p.m.
I'm telling everybody right now, go out and buy tickets. The show sounds like a hoot. It sounds like a fun time. Paul Mercurio is an amazing guy.
Yes.
And you're
a great guy.
By the
You're
way,
all of them.
you're welcome here anytime you want to. buddy.
Thanks for having me. You
have
guys
an
have
open
been really
invitation.
great.
Do you
First
have to
time
be
on.
21?
What's that?
That's a good question.
Do you
It's a
have to be
winery.
I don't. I mean, not for my show, like 16 and up. I mean, I'm not
Okay.
crazy, whatever, with that stuff. But I know. I think you could be, because you don't have to have drinks, and kids can come in and have soda or whatever. Yeah, like 16 or 3. I'll take anything. Just buy tickets.
Yes.
I don't care. Bring your dog. The dog will understand it.
Exactly right.
I'll lick him.
Yeah. Paul Mercurio.
Thanks a lot, guys.
The
It's a
man
lot
who
of fun.
goes
Thank
to
you so
Paul
much for
McCartney.
having me.
Come on.
Unbelievable. Thank you very much, Paul. Great stuff. All right, we're going to get to Jimmy Kelly. It's time for our morning mystery movie clip after the commercial break, as I should have realized that after 40,000 times of doing this. We're back after this here on Kayal and Company.
We got to talk about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles, and these are from today's top brands. You know, Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models, with their sleek new designs and innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, they have thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles. They're available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. The Piazza dealerships, Piazza Premium Automobiles, stands out. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance
insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, this segment, as we wind things down on a Friday, brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. Time for a free prize with our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
He pulled 6 people off that subway car.
Sure, from a wreck he probably caused. He's fleeing the scene. What's that tell you?
Problem is, we don't have a decent picture. Eddie's been on it for weeks. We can barely get a glimpse of him.
Oh, what is he, shy? If we can get a picture of Julia Roberts in a thong, we can certainly get a picture of this weirdo. Put an ad on the front page. He doesn't want to be famous, and I'll make him infamous.
He stinks, and I don't like him.
Think you know what it is?
Wow.
You call it 12 at 855.
That's a reference. Man.
And you could win this great prize.
Joe Conklin tickets, Saturday, April 5th, Keswick Theater. If you are caller number 12, 855-839-1210.
Can I just say kudos to Jim Kelly? That is a pull and a half.
Yes.
Because of that last voice there.
Yep.
Yes.
What a great job. Also, our buddy Jack in studio. He's wearing a Doge t-shirt today.
No, he's not.
He's got a Doge shirt on.
Let me see it.
Unbelievable.
Oh, my God. What is it? What does it say here? Show the camera.
Doge, established 2024 with the American Eagle, Department of Government Efficiency.
That's amazing.
Yes,
Look at that.
indeed. Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful.
Doja apparel.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
All right, Philip, what occurred today in music history, sir?
Today, March 14th, we celebrate the birthdays of Mike Muir from Suicidal Tendencies, who's 62, and Jim Punch from the Turtles, who's now 82. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Quincy Jones. We also lost Ronnie Hammond from the Atlanta Rhythm section in 2011. Sing the Coot I'm Broken by Pantera in 94. Hair the Dog by Nazareth in 75. Let's Dance by Bowie in 83. All I Want to Do Is Make Love to You by Heart in 90. And Can't Stop Loving You by Van Halen in 95. Albums include Europe's debut in 83. Extreme's debut in 89, On Through the Night by Def Leppard in 80, Collective Soul's debut in 95, and A Boy Named Goo by the Goo Goo Dolls on the same day. Also in 91, R.E.M. played the first of two nights at Linda's Borderline Club under the name of Bingo Handjob. In 83, John Bon Jovi, Richie Sambora, and Alec John Such formed Bon Jovi. I knew you'd like that, Greg. In 81, Eric Clapton canceled his U.S. tour due to bleeding ulcers. In 2008, Stone Temple Pilots announces they will reunite for one final tour. In 87, Jacob's Ladder by Huey Lewis was atop the singles chart. And in 82, Metallica plays their very first show. But lastly, on this day in 81, Black Flag plays the Peppermint Lounge in New York. In the audience were three future members of the Beastie Boys, Thurston Moore, who formed Sonic Youth, and Henry Rollins, who later takes over as Black Flag's lead singer. For Kayal Company, I fell off.
I'm changing my name to Bingo Handjob.
By the way, we're going to make an announcement on
Monday about 9:50 or so.
Yeah, Monday's my last show.
No,
you're sticking around.
It's it has to do with Phil Almquist.
Monday's Phil's last show.
Ooh.
Well, you'll have to time Monday at 9:50. You have to find out.
All right, there we go.
Getting a life-altering surgery?
No.
Where will all the Phil timers be?
He's going to be Phyllis.
And he's running for Congress.
Please, no, I don't want to control that.
Pete in South Philly has identified the movie clip. He gets the Joe Conklin tickets. Pete, what movie did we just play?
What's up, Big Nick? That is Spider-Man, and that's little Yimmy Norton at the end.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
Congratulations. Yeah, Big
job.
Pete.
Good job, Pete.
There you
Big
go.
Pete. Big Pete.
Only my wife calls me Big Nick, by the way. Anywho, let's get to what's on tap for the Dawn Show before she takes a blowtorch to my face.
Never. We have a lot going on. Locally, we'll give you the breaking news. There's a lot breaking as well. We've got Trump meeting with Kathy Hochul. We've got Dr. Oz as he's testifying, trying to say why he wants his job. So any of those that happen, live and local, but we're going to take it live if we see those things happening. Closer to home, we'll talk to a man from my past.
Uh-oh.
This is a biggity big. No, not Larry.
Okay.
Is it Bingo Handjob?
It's a bingo.
I knew you guys would like that.
I know, right? So he is a leading bioethicist in the world, and somebody that I knew back in his more humble days here in Philadelphia. So I'll have a conversation with Dr. Art Kaplan.
Oh my God, I love Art
Right?
Kaplan.
I love him.
Art Kaplan. I forgot it. Yeah.
And so, lot to talk about.
What time's he coming on?
So he's 10:30, I
Okay,
believe.
Cool.
And then Kathy Barnett and many. I don't know what time everybody is. Okay, but we got it all.
Stay right there.
I was talking to Paul in the hallway too long, and we exchanged numbers, and you know.
Yep. We got Paul's, we've got Phil's, we've got Jack's.
I know.
And we're out of time. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next. We're back on Monday morning at 6 a.m. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth-checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA, not